is now 9:30. I would like to welcome everyone to this joint standing committee of the National Disability Insurance Scheme. I would like to begin by acknowledging our First Nations people, the Dja Dja Wurrung people, as the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to all those people, Torres Strait Islander and Aboriginal Islander people here today. So the purpose of this inquiry is to investigate the participant experience in rural, regional and remote Australia. We will be conducting today's hearing in person and via teleconference, and I have fellow committee members with me. So I'm the Chair, Libby Coker, and we have Senator Urquhart, all the way from Tasmania. Thanks for being with us today, Senator Urquhart. And we also have Ms Payne, who is from Canberra, so it's fantastic to have you. And on the line, we also have with us Mr Conahan. So good morning, Mr Conahan. Can you hear us?
I can, Chair. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for being with us online. So these are public proceedings being audio streamed live with open captions via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. So I just remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It's also contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. The Senate has resolved that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth or of a state shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy, and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asked for explanations of policy or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking just to mute your microphones. And remind those contributing that you cannot divulge confidential, personal or identifying information when you speak. And if you wish to supplement your evidence with written information, you can forward it to the Secretariat after this hearing. I would now, after that quite long-winded opening, but important to get through it, I would like to introduce or ask representatives from Mount Alexander Shire Council to come forward, and if you could please just state your name and your purpose for being here today.
My name is Rosalie Rogers. I'm the Manager of Community Wellbeing for the Mount Alexander Shire Council. We were invited to provide commentary on this. I advise that we are not a service provider, but we are a referring agent to NDIS support services out there.
Okay, thank you. And Ms Caldwell, did you
My name's Philippa Caldwell. My role at Mount Alexander Shire Council is as Access and Support Officer, and my role has been to support people who are in the process of applying for the NDIS and as they transition to NDIS services.
Well, thank you so much for taking time to be with us today. We're looking forward to a constructive discussion with you. Would you like to provide an opening statement?
Certainly. I'll commence if that's
Thank you.
Okay. So the Access and Support Officer role Philippa Corwell has a qualification in occupational therapy and supports marginalised people who require assistance navigating the services, including applying for the NDIS. Since 2017, Philippa Corwell has supported approximately 50 people to access NDIS with varying outcomes. The majority of these people were extremely socially isolated, often with multiple disabilities, including complex mental health issues. The Mount Alexander Shire Council supported people with disability under the previous Home and Community Care program up until approximately 2016. They did not register to become an NDIS provider. In 2022, the Council undertook a review of services to determine if they should in fact be a service provider for NDIS consumers. The report found that the community had developed established relationships with their new providers. Council resolved that the Mount Alexander Shire Council would not become an NDIS service provider, but could, if requested, support self-managed NDIS recipients. During COVID, in particular the lockdown periods, there were episodes where people who were NDIS recipients who were left without support or services. One woman who was approximately 40 years of age had not had a shower in 10 days. The service provider was not contactable. She lived with her father and felt it was inappropriate for her father to shower her. So Mount Alexander Shire Council was contacted, and we provided that services to this person for a few weeks, even though we were not an NDIS provider. We utilised the Home and Community Care program for younger people, which is an offshoot in Victoria for the former HAC program, funding to ensure our staff were remunerated accordingly, and the Access and Support Officer, Philippa Corwell, found an alternative provider for ongoing support. And I will hand over to Philippa, who has is on the eyes and ears and on the ground working with the people.
Thank you.
So what I'll do is run through some of the issues that I've experienced in supporting people to access the NDIS.
Thank you.
So I've put it into a couple of different sections, the first one being about the application process. So there's a lot to put over, so I've put it in point form but can elaborate later. So in relation to the application process, the application process is arduous, incredibly overwhelming and completely inaccessible for many people who don't have the capacity or support to manage this. The process discriminates against those who do not have access to specialists who can provide the reports required, either because they can't afford to pay for them or because it's harder to access specialists in rural and regional areas. Public specialists are often reluctant to write lengthy reports to meet NDIS requirements, meaning people who can afford to pay privately tend to be the ones who can more easily access the NDIS. Many GPs do not understand what is required for the application process and do not have the time to provide the lengthy reports that are required. The application process, in my experience, is more aligned to people with a physical or intellectual disability and not people with complex psychosocial disabilities. Timeframes for someone to go through the application and planning process to get NDIS support is a very significant issue. Applicants are required to identify a primary disability for access, but for many people with multiple disabilities, including complex mental health issues, it's hard to identify which is the primary disability or secondary disability. Supports are based around the primary disability, but it's difficult with complex clients to fit them into neat little boxes. The application process often escalates mental health issues and can be triggering, particularly for those who have experienced trauma or abuse. This is exacerbated when they are denied access to NDIS or are required to retell their story multiple times. Many people are required to apply 2 or 3 times before they are accepted to the NDIS, which can take years. This has a serious impact on the physical and mental health and well-being of each individual. Some people find the process so traumatic that they choose not to reapply, regardless of their need for disability-specific supports. The application process is very confronting for many clients, being based on a deficit model. The person risks being denied access if there is any hint that they can do something, regardless of how painful, slow or debilitating it is, and the impact it has on their functional capacity. If assessors try to contact an applicant or support person to discuss the application outcome, they often only call once and you're not able to call them back if you miss the call. This impacts the client's understanding of the reasons they have been denied access or what additional evidence is required. When access is denied, the explanation often suggests that evidence has not been provided when it seems to have been clearly stated in the documentation, which can be extremely distressing for the client. It can feel like the assessor has not read or acknowledged the significant impact of the disability, and examples of this can be provided separately. The next area I'll discuss is around the home and community care program for younger people. Whilst they are going through the application process, people can access the HACPYP services, which is the acronym, provided by the council. However, these are very limited and they are not fit for purpose or flexible enough to adequately meet the specific needs. The transition to NDIS supports can take many months, and as a service provider, we are often not advised by either the client or the local area coordinator of the commencement date of NDIS supports. There is the potential for a client being provided services funded by both HACPYP and NDIS at the same time. The next area I'll discuss is finding service providers. When clients finally get access to the NDIS, there's often quite a long transition time before the plan is approved. Then they have to find providers. Finding providers to meet their needs can be almost worse than the application process. It's very time-consuming and stressful, particularly for people with complex psychosocial disabilities who do not have the capacity or support to manage this. It's even harder in rural areas and smaller communities where local providers are very limited. It's particularly hard to find a psychosocial recovery coach in rural and remote areas, but this is crucial to assist people with psychosocial disabilities to implement their plan. If you employ a practitioner who has to travel some distance to provide a service, the individual is charged for their travel. When you live in a rural area where there are a limited number and choice of local providers, this diminishes the amount of funds available for services. Then I'll also touch on the new system that was introduced in the NDIA by the NDIA last year. During the changeover to the new NDIA system in December 2023, requiring a local area coordinator to submit all applications. At least 2 applications were submitted by me at that time and lost in the old system, with no notification about this received from the NDIA. It took some time before this was resolved and required the applicants to go through the whole process again with an LAC who knew nothing about them. The new system requires applicants to go through the application process and then the planning process with an LAC either over the phone, via Teams or at an office in Bendigo or Maryborough. This impacts and discriminates against people in rural areas who may not have the transport or capacity to go to an Interreach office, nor access to the internet or devices required for this. For some people who do not have an advocate or support person, this requirement will be overwhelming and they will choose not to apply at all, regardless of their needs. Recent changes to the NDIS registration process for providers have particularly impacted individual practitioners, as the process is very time-consuming, onerous and cost-prohibitive. It is acknowledged that this was implemented to ensure ethical and competent practitioners, but in rural areas this results in limiting local choice and the exiting of skilled disability practitioners. So I've picked up on a few things that have worked well in my experience. The evidence of psychosocial disability form greatly improved the application process for people with a psychosocial disability because it prompts the medical specialists and support workers who know the person well to provide the appropriate information and evidence required to meet access. Also, when a person with a psychosocial disability is funded to have assistance from a psychosocial recovery coach, it makes a huge impact on their ability to understand and navigate the system and get the most appropriate support to meet their specific needs. Support coordination is not specific enough to meet the needs of people with complex psychosocial disabilities. And finally, I think potentially having a local area coordinator to assist everyone to submit their applications will hopefully reduce the risk of people being denied access and being directed to more appropriate services that can support their needs, such as a home and community care program for younger people. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your comprehensive report there. I'll start by asking you, Ms Colwell. You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that writing of applications is difficult for applicants who do not have access to specialists to help them. I'm just wondering if you can just say whether this is more of an issue in regional areas like Bendigo, and how do we address, why is this the case, and how do we actually improve the situation?
I think there's a lack of specialists in the regional areas, and there's huge waiting lists to see them. So that obviously extends the time period that people are waiting to get the reports. And in my experience, the specialists don't have the time to complete comprehensive reports specific to the NDIS requirements. There is access to some telehealth specialists I'm aware of, and for some people that works, for others it really doesn't, depending on their disability needs. I think it's a matter of training more specialists, but that's a difficult, that's difficult. But you know, generally the specialists are located in the major cities.
And look, in our review, we are looking at how we do this better.
Yeah.
So there's not this very difficult process to actually be assessed, and to actually have the onus of proof on the person with the disability. So hopefully what we can do is make that process more streamlined. But even if it's not to actually even apply, but to get those specialist services once you are on the NDIS in areas like we've been to Dubbo recently, and that was, we were told about thin markets there. So from what you've said, you would agree there are thin markets in Bendigo?
Absolutely.
And so how do we address it so we do get adequately qualified people in this region, but also the workers that we need?
I'll just make it clear that we're not based in Bendigo either.
And surround.
So we're down in Mount Alexander. So I guess that makes it even harder for clients in our Shire to access specialists. It's very difficult to get transport from Castlemaine or our area to Bendigo, Melbourne, to large towns. Yeah.
So this transport's definitely
Transport
one of the
is an
issues.
issue. There are options in terms of there's volunteer transport, which operates one day a week out of our local health service, but you have to be lucky to get access to that on the day at the specific time when you've got the appointment. So that can be very difficult. So, yeah.
And it is interesting because Bendigo, you're not far from Melbourne and the surrounding area, so but it is still an issue here. So is there a role for the wider community and council, for example, to actually start to work to look at how do we attract people? Look, it's a beautiful place to live. How do we, what have you got any suggestions for what we do to actually bring more of those people with expertise to the region?
Well, I think we're struggling even with GPs in our region. As you say, it's a beautiful place to live. I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to come and live up here.
Yeah, did you want to add anything, Ms Rogers?
It's certainly with health professionals, and as we have an ageing workforce, or the baby boomers are exiting the services, that's putting a significant impact on health and allied health and aged care, disability. It's having a huge impact. So I manage aged care there, and we're struggling to get staff. So, and for Mount Alexander, and many municipalities are exiting these services for a variety of reasons, including struggling to get staff. So, certainly the local government areas, sort of from an economic development point of view, are looking at various means, but the workforce is struggling, and it's not unique to us. It's a global issue.
So, do you see a role for your federal government in this issue, tackling this issue? Is there anything you think that we as federal government could do to assist?
Look, I think there's a role, but I think the challenge is that there isn't the volume of people coming through from a workforce. In my working life, this is the first time I've ever seen where it is, the demand or the amount of people who are available to work is significantly light on in comparison to any other time. It was always an employer's market. It's an employee's market now. So, and even if I refer to aged care, the amount of money that's been put into, and disability put into, increase the wages there, and rightly so, that hasn't actually increased the staffing numbers.
We are seeing some shift with aged care, with the increase in wage, but look, it is challenging. And
in rural areas, I'm not seeing that. We're desperate for staff. I could put on 10 staff tomorrow.
Yes, well, that's it. So it's definitely a thin market.
Very thin market.
So just a final question, and I'll hand over to Senator Urquhart. Do you think that at the moment, people often from country areas like Bendigo and surrounds will go to the city of Melbourne, say, to get their qualification, and they stay in the city? Do you think there's a role for your educational providers here? Is there any way that we can actually get more people to stay in the region and take up the jobs that are needed in the disability space?
Well, the educational facilities, we have La Trobe University here, we have Monash in here, in Greater Bendigo as well. So, and a lot of those health professionals are staying here, but some of them, they're young and they want to experience the world. I remember what that was like. So that's out there. That's improved it significantly.
That's good.
But there just isn't the population of younger people coming through. And we haven't got to the cusp, the total thing where the last of the baby boomers, that's me, we haven't exited the workforce. I'm in denial that retirement is around the corner. In fact,
we want you to stay on with your level of expertise.
I'm here. I've actually passed retirement age, and I wish to work for a little bit longer.
Yeah.
But once the last of my generation goes, that is going to have an even greater impact on not just sort of health and aged care. Local government can't get planners, we can't get engineers, we can't get all of these people with significant qualifications. It is really a global... At first I thought it was just unique to Australia. It's a global issue. So. And so everybody's looking at being creative. For aged care, we've actually put on an earn and learn traineeship model. I've noticed the state government is actually replicating what we've done, which I'm very thrilled with. So we're doing that.
Can you provide us with some more detail about that? That's an interesting concept.
So people have thought I've been incredibly innovative with what we've done. I said, no, I haven't. That's how I did my nursing training 40 years ago. I'm just implementing what's old is new again. Yeah. And so we bring them on, we train them up, we use an RTO to give them the theory, we implement that into the client's home, we buddy them up with a staff member, and when we feel that they're confident doing that task, we let them go. But if we get feedback that they're not, then the buddy goes back in. We give them additional. It's over the course of 12 months they'll do this course, or 10 months, I think, and we pay them to go to class. We pay them whilst they're working with the client.
So they get a certificate.
They get a certificate for an individual support at the end of that course, and some of them we encourage. Even though I don't want to lose them, but I encourage them to do their nursing, because there's some that you just see the potential. So we won an award at the start of this year through the local government professionals because of this model. And as I say, I'm now hearing the City of Greater Bendigo is using our coining our phrase, and they're using it, and the state government is also
that's
rolling
good.
it.
Well done. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
And
so
if we could have some information about
certainly.
that program, would be of value. It
we
would be helpful.
I can pull something together for you.
Thank you very much. I should hand over to Senator Urquhart. Did you want to add anything, Ms Caldwell?
I was just thinking, I'm aware my daughter's studying medicine, and I'm aware that there are a number of programs around encouraging students to take up rural medical programs, which is part of, for the students who do want to work in rural areas. But it's a very long course, obviously, and students are funding it themselves. And I think if there are more incentives and support for students going through that process, they're more likely to keep going and to work in rural areas.
And on that note, if a student is, say, living in Melbourne to do their studies, and then they've been earmarked or sent off to Traralgon to do a placement, they're paying rental in Melbourne whilst they're doing their studies, and then they've got to pay rent whilst they're down at Traralgon for that period of time. That's incredibly cost prohibitive for parents and the student.
We have actually, for the first time ever, the federal government recognised that issue, and we are funding placements now. We're subsidising, which I think is a really good move, actually. So I'll hand over to Senator Urquhart.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you both, and thank you for the documentation that you provided with a lot of information on it. I'm really interested. I come from northwest Tasmania, so a rural and regional area. I'm not aware that councils in my area deal with a lot of the disability stuff like you guys, and we were in Dubbo a couple of weeks ago, and there was a couple of sort of smaller sort of shires out of Dubbo that did get really heavily involved in looking after and helping people with disabilities. So I'm really interested about that sort of space. And given that I think, Ms Rogers, you said in your opening statement that you decided not to become an NDIS provider, what was the rationale around that? And then what other services? I mean, you provide sort of a navigation service, I think would be the correct sort of terminology, but what are the other services around in Mount Alexander that people have access to? Where do you direct them? So
historically, under the Home and Community Care Program up until 2016, we provided services, and every local government in Victoria provided services to people with disability, and predominantly under Home and Community Care, that was really around respite care for the parents, but it might have been providing, helping the parents with home care, domestic assistance and things like that. But with the changes in and aged care transitioning, or HAC transitioning into the federal government, many local governments started then to exit there. It was moving into a territory that wasn't local governments' remit, they felt, and even though they'd been doing that for 40 years. Philosophically, I was probably not of the same opinion, but I am but one, and it's a democratic decision on each individual council.
Right, yep.
And you may or may not notice that out of the 79 councils in Victoria, we are down to 33 who are remaining in aged care in local government, of which Mount Alexander Shire is the last one remaining in the Loddon region of Victoria. But that's incredibly complex for us just in aged care because of all of the shift from a psychosocial model of care to a clinical model of care. And the same thing would apply with the NDIS, which is probably why they saw the writing on the wall and decided. And also because local government had historically contributed financially from the ratepayers significantly, and that's why again they're exiting aged care. And my remit now that we're remaining is I've got to reduce the ratepayers' contribution to that, and we were looking at going into home care packages, but even just the commentary coming out of Canberra at the moment has just totally unpacked my business model to the point that we run the risk of losing all of the money that we had anticipated that we could save. So that will be the exact same principle that it applied to for NDIS. When we did the review for the NDIS, we had an external consultant doing that, and we had a number of stakeholder engagement, town hall meetings. We really didn't get any interest from people. There were some people who were not impressed that council were even contemplating entering that space, so that's fine, that was their prerogative.
And these were ratepayers?
These were ratepayers, and these are the local people in the Mount Alexander Shire, of which Castlemaine is the main urban area of about 8,000. There's another smaller town, Malden, much smaller, and then the rest is quite dispersed, tiny little townships or very rural and remote. So there wasn't an appetite from the community. And so Philippa will then refer into multiple different entities where she can, and also our maternal and child health nurses will refer children with disability into the early intervention services, which predominantly are in Bendigo, so there creates a barrier for those.
And that's where the transport issue sort of interacts,
And transport issues with families can be an issue. It's probably more an issue with the people who have sort of adults who don't have access to transport with disability. But even if their parents do have access to a vehicle, it's just added financial burden because they've then got to travel. I mean, I live in Bendigo and commute to Castlemaine, and on a that was costing me a tank and a half of petrol just for the week. So it and in this day and age, so that all adds to the already the financial burden if you have a child with a disability. One of the things that the consultant found though was a higher pocket in Castlemaine of children with disability, to the point that he actually spoke, and I don't have, I can see if we can give you that report.
That would be
and he spoke to a paediatrician at the Children's Hospital, and they couldn't work out why, because it didn't replicate the rest of Victoria. It was significantly higher, and yet, we had very limited uptake of people being vaguely interested in us re-entering that space.
Right.
So,
and
we've just had council elections, and we will be inducting the new councillors. They may wish to relook at that. I don't know. That will be up to, or they may want to relook at aged care and say, why are we in aged care? So we will continue to have that 4-year cycle review of these services, potentially.
And so what service providers are available for, where do you send people, Ms Caldwell? When people come to you to inquire about NDIS and find that navigation process, where are the service providers actually based? Are they easily accessible?
You mean the NDIS service providers?
Yes, the NDIS.
Where are they based? There are maybe a couple locally, but they're being...
When you say locally, do you mean in Mount Alexander?
in Mount
that
Alexander.
area?
Limited number, Castlemaine or surrounds. Most are Bendigo-based, Kyneton-based, which is the same distance down the other way.
Kyneton as I drove through,
Ballarat, so they're travelling quite a long way. Some of them are Melbourne-based.
Right.
Like when I talked about psychosocial recovery coaches, it's, as I said, it's incredibly difficult to find one locally, because actually my understanding is that each of those coaches has a quite limited, to be able to provide the sort of service and support that they need to provide, they have a limited caseload.
Yes.
So then they're, they don't move on.
Yeah.
They hold on to them. They need quite extensive support. So I know a couple of my clients have had to access psychosocial recovery coaches in Melbourne, which makes it very difficult. They don't see much of them.
Yes.
And as you'd understand, particularly with people with complex psychosocial disabilities, the relationship that you develop with them and
really
the trust,
important.
it's vital for them to be able to work together at all.
Yeah.
So, that makes it really difficult. Yeah. So there really there's not a great deal of choice. So if a client doesn't feel comfortable with that particular provider or support person, they either have to stick with them or they risk not having a support person in that role.
And I don't know if you can answer this, either of you, but do you think, or do you see or understand whether there are many people within your community who do not get to utilise the full scope of their plan because there isn't access to service providers or whatever? I know we've had examples of that before. Is that a similar story here?
It's purely anecdotal, because my role is until someone has transitioned onto the NDIS services, and so I have had a couple of people come back to me when things have fallen through, but generally, my role finishes there, and my understanding is it's the LACs who should be supporting them if they need to change over. But I certainly have had a couple of people come back to me who don't feel comfortable changing or telling either the support worker or the LAC that they're not happy with that person. I'm aware that people aren't necessarily getting the supports that are in their plan.
Yes, because there's
so then they get to the end of that plan period and they haven't
used it, so therefore it becomes vulnerable in terms of the next plan.
Risk of losing it.
I noticed that go on.
Further to that, and from memory, I think the consultant had identified that in our review of NDIS that there were people who were not.
Yes.
Now, whether or not he's given a broad brush or whether he's given a localised thing, I would have to go back and reread.
Well, that'd be great to have that info if you're able to provide that. So I note from the information that you provided, and it's great information, thank you for that, but there's a number of people, about 15% of your community that live with a disability. Is that sort of about?
I would hazard a guess that would be correct. I couldn't quote that.
No. But do you, and I know from experience in some sort of really remote areas of Tasmania that I look after, is there are people who don't, because it's small communities, some people are hesitant to expose themselves as being vulnerable and on the NDIS or whatever. Do you think there's people in your community that would be in that sort of situation where they don't really want to come out into the community and say, hey, I'm on the NDIS, or because they feel vulnerable and embarrassed about it?
I think, I definitely agree with that. I think there are people who are aware that they need support, and I've had the experience of people sort of reaching out to me to find out more about the NDIS. Because until you know about it, you don't actually know whether it's going to fulfil your needs or whether you're eligible or whatever. But a number of people, once we sort of start going down the path of the application process, where it's all about, as I said, a deficit model, saying how bad their disability is and how disabled they are, it's too confronting, and
Yeah.
they choose no.
Not
That's
to, yeah.
I don't want to be that disabled person. I have support needs, but
Yep.
it's about what I
Yeah.
can and want to be able to do. So I think that's that's a barrier for.
Yeah.
some
The reason I asked the question was because I know in as I said, some small communities that I sort of represent, that there's that sort of issue. But I guess you've got a disability action plan working group. The council's been very supportive, and obviously that's well known by, you know, the people that live in your area. So I just wondered whether that was an issue that people were, you know, not prepared to come forward and identify themselves as needing NDIS because you have such an inclusive process within council.
I think many of the people that Philippa actually engages with are probably the most marginalised
Yes.
and difficult to engage, and it is credit to Philippa that she actually brings them along for the journey. But even when we do, and we try to link them into the HAC services, HAC PYP services, incrementally, even that they can be difficult to engage because, you know, they've just had sort of, I suppose, knockback after knockback after knockback. But again, and if they've got significant mental health issues, the stigma that is attached to mental health issues is still alive and well, unfortunately,
Absolutely.
in this community.
Yeah, so they don't want to advertise themselves.
That's right. So that, you know, Philippa works incredibly hard and has some amazing successes in that area, but there's a long way to go. And I've only got one Philippa.
And I would also say that, I mean, as I've already said, trust is a huge issue. So people who have disabilities are at a higher risk of having experienced trauma and abuse, and they don't trust
so
the government, I'm
out
afraid,
there.
or institutions, organisations, and so you know that keeps people, they can't afford to put themselves in that position where their trust is again abused.
Yeah. Just finally, in terms of housing, and particularly around workforce, but also for disability housing, what's the sort of, paint me the picture of what that looks like in Mount Alexander?
Dire.
Right. From both point of views, for workers as well as accessible living.
For the first time since my childhood, I am seeing significant homelessness. Some of those people like you and I there, but for the grace of God, that could be us. And then there are others with significant mental health issues, drug and alcohol issues, and some sort of bordering on, a number on criminality things. So it's quite evident. And now starting to see that. And the last time I saw that was as a child, where the swaggies would come knocking on our door. And yes, I haven't seen that since 1968, and now it's very much in our face. And Philippa and
we certainly have quite a high number of people who are sleeping rough within our Shire, and the council.
With people with disability?
Mental health.
Not necessarily diagnosed or treated.
No.
These are people, marginalised people who don't wish to engage with mostly the mental health services.
What about structured sort of disability housing? Do you have sort of programs where, you know, maybe the state housing or something like that provides disability accessible living for people that's integrated maybe into other living as well?
We do have some public housing which is reasonably accessible to people with disabilities. They tend to be clumped together, and there's lots of other issues like related to that. But it's pretty limited, and there's long waiting lists, and often people are having to, if they really need housing, they're needing to move out of the Shire, so out away from families, friends.
Their support network.
There's really very limited options. Even to move to Bendigo from our area it's completely out of people's community.
Yeah, where they want to stay, yeah.
And at Dalkaya Health in Castlemaine, that's the Castlemaine Hospital, they have a housing office and program there, but they're limited as to where they can send people because
Yes.
they don't have resources. Mount Alexander Shire Council has recently appointed a temporary position for 12 months of a housing officer that's looking at really doing some mapping and also looking at some infrastructure sort of with a hygiene station. Whether or not that role is funded ongoing remains to be seen. And for the first time ever, Mount Alexander Shire is entering into the space of social housing, and they have set up a trust. They've actually put a sizable amount of money into that trust, and they've got a designated person to look at the social housing and looking for philanthropic funding to actually to do that. And as Philippa indicated, that we work closely with sort of Haven Home Safe, which looks at the bulk of the social housing, and that, and another entity we work closely with is Winteringham. But pretty much their resources are at capacity, and it's incredibly challenging to access things. So the state government is actually starting to work on this, and there is a 73 social housing lot being built probably 5 minutes from here. The Uniting Church in Bendigo donated sizable land, and I think it's a 4 or 5 story, 2 high-rise things with 73 apartments.
And is that will that have disability?
They would have to meet access for. I'm not sure who's going to be managing that, whether it's Haven Home Safe, but that will have to meet sort of DDA requirements in this day and age. So it will be accessible.
But more than accessible is, and I'm thinking of a model that I opened a few months ago in Tassie was a whole structure of sort of, I think there was 30 units that were with a number of them designed specifically for people to live with disability with carers within a program where everything's lower if people are on wheelchairs.
I'm not entirely convinced that is the answer. I have seen the plans, but that's some time ago. They're calling it social housing rather than focusing on disability.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
I might leave
Sorry,
share. Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry, I was also going to respond. You're also asking about housing for workers.
Yes.
There is a creative model that has just, it's been funded for a year, I think, to explore a home share model, because there's in our Shire, there's a lot of single people living in large houses, and who may be older people who, and this home share program is around matching a home provider with a home needer, I guess. And it's not like they pay rent sort of arrangement. It's where it's a matching where the person who's coming to live in the home provides some support for that older person. It might be they mow the grass and they prepare a meal a couple of times a week, and there's someone who coordinates the program. So the matching process is quite it's very detailed, so they make sure that they don't match people. And both parties have to feel comfortable with the match, and it's supported and monitored, all the way along the way, and they can get out at any time. But there's a similar program in Melbourne, which has been, and it's around the world, this model, and it's been very successful. But this is the first time in a small regional area. So, and it's in its infancy, but there's potential for that to, particularly they're looking at not too complex matches. So perhaps someone who's coming to work at the local hospital needing housing. Matching them with an older person, and there's a lot of the companionship that can anyway. And it's a creative model.
Who runs that program? that a state government or?
Dalkaya.
Health, yeah, no, it's
yeah,
not.
right. Oh, it's the
not.
health,
I'm
yeah.
not sure where they've got the funding.
Their funding is philanthropic,
Right.
and there is a peak body called HANZA that oversees that. And in fact, HANZA arrived at Dalkaya Health a fortnight ago, and they came in from every capital city across Australia because it's starting to work in the region.
To look at the
in this
model.
little community sort of thing, and they were pleasantly surprised as to how well it's working. The other thing, the state government has just announced recently some funding to go to Don KR, which is the meat manufacturing, which is based in Castlemaine, and we have a lot of Palm Islander workers coming in. So, and that with all of them here, which is vital for that industry. They have actually reduced the housing capacity, so they're going to be building some accommodation on the Don KR property for some of those workers that come in, which then, once it's built, will free up some of the rentals. But that's not going to address the issue of for some of the most marginalised people, but it will start to free up the market and maybe even drop the rental.
Well, thank you. And I must hand over to Ms. Payne now.
It's okay. A lot of that time. I'm sorry, but it was really interesting.
Yeah, no, all good. Thank you both very much for taking the time to be here this morning. It's really important for us to hear from you. First of all, I just go to the issues you've raised about the application process. Really serious issues there. I'm just interested to discuss which parts of that do you think are specific to being in a rural regional area as opposed to the scheme more broadly?
Yeah. Probably the access to the reports from specialists, that specifically, I guess. At the moment, the change to the local area coordinators being where the application has to be lodged with. Are you aware of that change? Anyway, I guess what's happened is that I was supporting people to prepare all the documentation. I was interacting with GPs and psychologists to support them to prepare the reports that were required for the application process, and the access request forms, preparing those with the client over, that would be over many months, many meetings, maybe at their homes or in my office or wherever they were most comfortable to meet. And then when we had all the... And I would also actually support people to write a personal impact statement because often the specialists don't see that person in their homes. They don't know what the experience for the individual is. So I would meet with people multiple times and help them to write a personal impact statement. And so now they go to the local area coordinator. I don't have that role anymore because they have to go to the local area coordinator to go through the process as to whether they are even eligible to put in an application, and then my understanding is the local area coordinators then tell them what reports they need to get. I'm not sure what sort of support they give them there. But as I said, that local area coordinator is either based in Bendigo, in a Bendigo office, a Maryborough office, which is a long way away, or they can do it on telehealth via Zoom, which is really, that's disadvantaging people in even going through the application process, I think. I'm not sure. Did that answer your question?
No, that does. And have you seen any improvement? Like you mentioned some particular examples of like people whose applications were just lost and no one got back?
That was in that particular changeover period.
Oh, right.
Yes. So
Right.
yeah. So I wasn't aware when the changeover period was. So I'd been supporting a couple of people whose applications were ready to submit.
Yeah.
I submitted them.
Yeah.
And we waited, and we waited, and we waited, and we heard nothing. And eventually, and we know that there's a time period between when you submit and you get a decision or some feedback. But when it got to, we'd waited a lot too long, I thought. Then we contacted the NDIA, and they had no record of the documents that had been submitted, because there was the old system wasn't talking to the new system, so that those applicants had to go through the whole process with an LAC, and then I provided all the documentation that we'd collected. So yeah. But yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I was a little bit shocked, I'd have to say.
No, it's
it seemed like that.
Appalling.
Yeah.
But I'm interested how the NDIA responded when they were alerted to the fact that this had happened. Did they work with you to be supportive, to make it as less onerous as possible on the applicants, or did they? Yeah, I mean, what was their response?
They did acknowledge that it was a failure in the system, but I'm speaking to one person who's not in charge of the system, I guess.
Yeah.
So they apologised and acknowledged the failure, and did then make it possible for me to forward the reports so that it expedited, I guess, that process. But the person still had to meet with the LAC and go through the whole story again.
Yeah.
And
That's terrible. And I just, because we're just about out of time, just one last question. With the specialists and, you've specifically talked about psychosocial recovery coaches, but other types of specialist support providers as well. Do any of them, or would it be helpful if they, if people could come, if they're not based here, if they were to travel, once a month or once, does anyone do that? Does anyone come and spend a day where they could see all their clients? And
I think they try and, if they've got a couple of people in the area, then they try and come down and meet. With them all on the
so that
day.
does
So they do
happen.
try and do that, which minimises the transport issue and cost to the clients. But obviously everyone's needs are different, and the idea of the psychosocial recovery coach is to be it's quite intensive, particularly initially, and I guess what I've seen when it works well is it makes a huge impact for the client if there's a local specialist or psychosocial recovery coach, because they can see them a couple of times a week initially, and then that can ease off. But if they're travelling long distance, then that's not possible. So and so then they don't develop the relationship. I mean, some of the clients can only tolerate a short interaction anyway at some times. So to spend half a day with them it's too much.
Okay,
One
thank
of the
you.
things I was going to add to that, many regional professionals will be based in, say, Bendigo or Ballarat, and the funding comes into that, and they're meant to actually support the surrounding region. But the demand is so great in Bendigo or Ballarat or whatever that tends not to really get out into the rural areas. Now that's a generalisation, but if people can't get into it, more likely if you're living in Bendigo, you've got a better chance than if you were living in Maldon or something like that. So,
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
they're inclined to pick up their local
Yeah,
clients
Yeah.
first. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, look, in closing, I'd like to thank you both for your words today. Really valuable. I also acknowledge the role that councils in rural areas play in supporting community, and I don't think people realise how important local council is in rural areas, particularly helping people who are vulnerable, so that there is a safety net, and council is often that organisation people turn to. So thank you for the work you do. There were a couple of things we discussed that we asked if you could provide us with additional information. One of them was around the interesting program of bringing people together in a home.
Yep.
That sounds like an interesting program that could also potentially work for disability workers as well, coming into a region. And there were a couple of other things we discussed as well. We'll follow up with
The
you.
Herman, the
NDIS review.
the NDIS review. That's right, and the training program,
Yep.
traineeship.
Thank you very much. So that would be really worthwhile. So thank you very much for your time. We will now take a break and return at 10:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have documents that have been provided by Mount Alexander Shire Council. There's 3 additional documents, and just wanting to check with committee members that we accept those documents. All good. Okay. Thank you very much.
Great.
So, welcome to everyone for this session of the NDIS looking into regional remote rural communities. We have on the line representatives from Interreach, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
My name is Kerry-Ann Hyde.
Thank you.
My name is Jessica. Sorry, my name is Jessica Dodd. I'm the Senior Manager of the Early Childhood Program at
I'm wondering if you may have your phone on speaker, because we're not hearing you very clearly. If you could...
We moved it closer. Is that better?
No, we're still having difficulties hearing you. Well, we're just asking the technician to have a look at the... Okay.
Is this a bit better? It's
That
a little
is-
bit echoey.
Yes, that's a lot better, because I think you may be speaking directly into the phone. So thank you once again. Would you mind, just for the Hansard, stating your name and then the capacity in which you're with us today, please?
Yep, so Kerry-Ann Hyde, Senior Manager of Local Area Coordination.
Thank you very much. And is there anyone with you?
Yes. And there's also myself, Jessica Dodd, Senior Manager of the Early Childhood Program at Interreach.
Thank you very much. So good to have you with us. Before we move to questions, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, please. We both have an opening statement to complete today.
Thank you.
And I'm happy to start.
Thank you. And when you speak, because it is still, we can hear you, but it's slightly muffled, if you wouldn't mind, just take your time and speak slowly so we can hear it. And we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. My name is Kerry-Ann Hyde, and I am the Senior Manager of Local Area Coordination Program at Interreach. Interreach is a not-for-profit community organisation with over 50 years of experience in supporting individuals and families across rural, regional and remote areas, including here in Bendigo. Prior to the establishment of the NDIS, we were part of an alliance of organisations delivering ability links in New South Wales, a program focused on individualised and community capacity building to support people living with a disability. In our role as LAC partner, we have worked alongside the NDIA and our local communities to establish and deliver the NDIS in a rural and regional context. Our commitment is to provide essential localised support that empowers people to live with choice, control and independence. Interreach provides local area coordination across the Riverina-Murray region of New South Wales and central and northern Victoria. We currently support 14,000 LAC participants and work alongside people living with disability who are both eligible for the NDIS and those who are not accessing the scheme. The key focus of the Local Area Coordination Program is to build the capacity of people with disability, increase social and economic participation and promote community inclusion of the people with disability. The Local Area Coordination Program works closely with people to assist them to understand and navigate the NDIS pathway. We also support people living with a disability to connect to mainstream and community services. A fundamental component of our role is to identify and assess gaps in our community, which allows us to network with key stakeholders to address these barriers to inclusion. An example of this is our community capacity building project, which centres accessibility in one of our service areas. We have connected with people with a disability and have engaged in our local council to begin discussions about accessibility in our local communities. To highlight some of the more obvious barriers, we invited local councilmen, and women to participate in an activity where they were needed to use a mobility aid and were guided by people living with a disability who then had the opportunity to demonstrate and explain how difficult and at times how unsafe navigating certain areas of the town are. This has now grown into a much larger town planning project, which we are lucky to be a part of to ensure people living with disability continue to have a voice in our communities. One of the barriers that we experience in working with people with a disability in rural and remote areas is connecting them to NDIS services due to the limited supports available. We know that there are long wait lists for allied health services, in our very remote areas there is only a very limited amount of choices for providers, which often means people will go without support, which results in an underutilisation of their NDIS plans. Today, I look forward to sharing insights on the specific challenges people living with disability encounter within the NDIS and discussing practical solutions that could strengthen choice, access and control for people in rural and remote communities. Our goal is to ensure that people living with disability get to live the life that they want regardless of their location. Thank you, and I'm just going to hand over to Jessica Dodds now, who's going to do her opening statement.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting us to speak with you today. My name is Jessica Dodds and I'm the Senior Manager of the Early Childhood Program here at Interreach. For over 5 decades, Interreach has been dedicated to strengthening communities by providing inclusive, person-centred and family-centred support across a broad range of services. Interreach offers a well-rounded understanding of the strengths, challenges and needs of children and families across rural, regional and remote areas through our delivery of family and parenting support, early learning and also our role as the early childhood partner to the NDIS across 4 regions in rural and regional New South Wales and Victoria, including Bendigo. Our early childhood program is a vital part of our mission, supporting families and young children with developmental concerns, delays and or disabilities in achieving the best possible start. The Early Childhood Program works closely with all families referred to initially provide early connections. Our early connections offered are unique to each family and may include connecting them into local community and mainstream services such as playgroups, early education, community health and paediatricians. It could be connections to information that help them to understand their child's development and also connections with other families and peer support. During this phase, the partner may gather developmental information about the child through screening tools, assessments and reports. This information is used to help the family understand their child's development and link them to the most appropriate level of support. Typically, there are 3 pathways of support available. The first is linking the family to community and mainstream supports only. The second could be offering what is called early support. These are time-limited early intervention supports provided by us, the partner, where it is indicated that a child may have developmental concerns. And then the third pathway, where there is evidence the child is likely to meet the developmental delay criteria or they have a diagnosed disability, is support them to we support them to gather evidence and apply for the NDIS. For children who need access to the NDIS, the early childhood partner also works with that family to help them understand the newly approved plan and link them into their choice of providers. Similar to information provided by Ms. Hyde in her opening statement, it is also the early childhood partner's role through community capacity building projects to increase the community's accessibility and inclusion for all children. All early childhood partners within Interreach are professionals with relevant training and qualifications who understand child development. A large percentage of staff within our program are diploma or bachelor's trained educators. We also have allied health professionals such as occupational therapists and speech pathologists. Interreach currently support around 7,000 children with developmental concerns, delay or disability and their families to access supports and services within and outside the NDIS. Early intervention is crucial yet accessing timely support in rural and regional communities often comes with considerable challenges. These challenges exist from firstly the initial identification of a delay in access to general community support, through a family's journey applying for access to plan development, to then finally having access to local quality best practice early intervention supports. Today I hope to provide insights on the barriers families with children face and share recommendations on how the NDIS can better support early intervention across our diverse regions. All children, regardless of where they live, should have access to timely early support essential to assist them in meeting their potential. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for your presentations. Just because we're online, so I'm Libby Coker, I'm the chair. We also have Ms Payne from Canberra MP with us. We also have Senator Anne Urquhart, who's here, and from Tasmania. So we represent an interesting range of regions across Australia. I note that you are now Interreach, and quite an extensive organisation. You mentioned you have 14,000 NDIS participants, and you now have 460 staff across quite a significant area, regional area. And so you are in a good place to explain to us, if you could fairly succinctly, what are the challenges in terms of thin markets in this region, and you spoke in your presentation, Ms Dodd, about and Ms Hyde, about solutions. We're interested to hear what are the key issues first, and also what you think may be solutions, particularly looking at bringing NDIS, qualified people to the region, and also the supports that the people with disability need in this region. So, Ms Dodd, would you like to respond first?
I will, thank you, Chair. I'll try to be as succinct as I can, so please jump in if you need more succinctness. I think I'll outline the two barriers briefly, but I do have some thoughts on suggested solutions. They're complex issues, so they're probably not easy solutions either. The first key barrier in accessing early intervention support for children starts right at the beginning, before they've met access to the NDIS. So early screening and identification of developmental concerns is the crucial step in families starting their journey to looking at receiving different levels of early intervention support. And children in rural regional settings, there's not a lot of availability to systems that provide these developmental screenings for families. So it really relies on families to know that my child has a delay, or I'm concerned about my child's development, or it relies on the services that families are into to identify and have those conversations with the family. So I think the first key barrier in families accessing support is firstly the time frame it takes for children to be identified as even having a delay. And we know the earlier we can get children into early intervention support, the better the outcome.
Can I just interrupt just for a moment, Mr. Dodd? I was interested what you're saying. With the federal government is now working with the states and territories on getting the states and territories to provide more foundation services, particularly impacting and hopefully helping with early childhood intervention. Can you comment to me on, do you think that, are you aware of this, the states are signing up to do that work, and do you think that it may have a difference in those sort of diagnosis early, particularly in regional and rural areas?
Absolutely, that was the solution. I think reflecting on the NDIS review recommendations and the idea of foundational supports. I think as long as we can get some good quality foundational supports across regional and remote as well, it's a good solution. But some thoughts on that, as long as these tiered supports are coordinated and connected, so that families can easily move through the tiered levels of support that they may require. And there's some growing evidence for integrated child and family hub models as a way potentially that foundational supports could be set up, and I think could be really successful in rural regional settings where families...
Sorry to interrupt you again, Ms Dodd. Can I ask you, can you provide us with information about that particular model? Are you able to very briefly give us an overview of what that model is?
Absolutely. So it's a model of care where families have access to a wide range of services and supports all in the one place. So it reduces their need to have to travel to multiple locations to access a variety of services, and it reduces the complexity for families to have to navigate between services and between different kind of levels of support.
And can I ask you, Ms Dodd, is that model in theory at the moment, or is it being applied in any particular region, and how is it financially supported?
The hub model, Interreach have a form of the hub model, but it more looks at supporting people across their lifetime, not specific to children and families. But the integrated child and family hub model is in place nationally in different locations, and there's, I guess, growing evidence into the outcomes that it's achieving. In terms of the financial, how they're kind of financially set up, I believe it's the communities that really look at pooling resources and pooling, their services together so that, that they can either build a hub or rent out a hub, and all those services are really working from that one place, is my understanding of that integrated child and family hub model.
And is there an opportunity for, we've heard that, I think one of the major issues is people getting to services. So is under that model, is there an opportunity to go out and provide a service to go out into those smaller rural communities to actually be where the need is, rather than people having to always travel?
Correct. Yes, absolutely. I think it has huge potential. It's also, it's really that one-stop shop. So if families, say, for example, are accessing early education for their child, whether that's preschool or childcare, within that hub where they go, that there may also be other services available. So it's much more simplified, it's more coordinated between all the services supporting the family that can really wrap around them to provide the support that they need.
Thank you. I should actually invite Ms Hyde. Did you want to add anything to the conversation?
In the LAC program, the barriers for us, for people living with disability, is that often when they are applying for access, there is limited health professionals in rural and remote areas to provide that evidence for them. So that often holds up the access pathway for participants to even go down the NDIS pathway. And then also, unfortunately, in rural and remote areas, there's limited community and mainstream supports that people can also link to, because a part of our role at the moment is to link them to those supports, but there isn't many for us to link to in our regions at the moment. And as we all know, the access to when they do finally link to those supports and have an NDIS plan, the access to health professionals in rural and remote areas is very slim.
So thank you, Ms Hyde. Just before I hand over to Ms Payne, I was just going to ask you, so if we have thin markets, which you've just acknowledged, and it is so important, particularly with children, that we actually do intervene early and provide that support, because we know how important that can be to their development. have you got any suggestions as to how do we do better in terms of drawing people to regional areas? Is it keeping them here via education, or is it incentives? What do you think is the answer? Are you there, Ms. Hyde?
Yes, thank you. I think it's a bit hard to answer that question today. I think it could be.
We're not going to hold you to it. I'm just interested to get your thoughts. So, but there's no imperative that you have to answer.
No, so I think recruiting and retaining skilled staff, especially allied health professionals, is an ongoing challenge in rural and remote areas. Interreach does address this by creating professional development opportunities, supporting flexible work arrangements and fostering community engagement to help the staff feel connected and invested in the regions they serve. We particularly employ allied health professionals in an early childhood program and have experienced challenges as a not-for-profit organisation in being able to offer salaries comparable to those available in private businesses. We have had some success and been able to recruit to these roles through partnerships with Interreach training providers and clearly demonstrating our employee value proficiency to candidates. To improve the situation more broadly, we would welcome incentives that support regional workforce development, such as relocation allowances, targeted recruitment programs, and training pathways to attract professionals to these areas. So such incentives are offered through our entities, such as public health sectors, making it challenging for NDIS providers to be competitive for an already limited workforce. Availability of tertiary education in remote and rural areas and regional areas is also important, as we know that once people have a regional area to study, they are unlikely to return. Increased support for telehealth initiatives and necessary infrastructure to support these arrangements would also help extend the reach of existing resources in underserviced areas such as our own.
Well, thank you, Ms. Hyde. That's actually a very comprehensive response with some very good suggestions. I'm now going to hand over to Ms. Payne.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Ms. Hyde and Ms. Dodd, for the opportunity to ask you some questions today. I just wanted to start with some questions about transport costs and the impact that has on NDIS participants that in your area. How are NDIS participants living in your area affected? Are they particularly affected by transport costs in accessing services?
I'm happy to speak first. Thank you, Ms. Payne, for that question. I think it's very similar to some of the other comments that have been made during the hearings around travel in relation to what we see in our regions as well. Similar issues with providers at times charging double to triple they are seeing families where they're having to travel instead of kind of pooling those sessions together and that cost together. We are finding some providers do charge families individually for travel, which eats into the funding and their ability to use their funding for those direct services as opposed to just paying for the travel. For early childhood in particular, the best practice model of care is providing supports within natural environments. So travel is so important across the board, but particularly for early intervention when supports are provided within the home and within early education settings, there are better outcomes. So it does also, the fact that travel isn't included does desensitivise families to request these supports, which are best placed in those natural environments, and families are opting to go into clinics and into provider, spaces to receive their early intervention supports, which really feeds into more of a medical model of care. So yes, similar issues with travel and it not being included, and
I think the same for allied health services in the LAC program, but we also have issues with support workers having to travel, up to an hour to provide, whether it's personal care, domestic assistance, or for the participant to travel to attend a social group. So that can then eat into their funding too as well, because that's not always accounted for rural and remote people living with disabilities in the community.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that you think could be done specifically for people in rural, regional and remote areas to address the issue of transport costs in the system?
Yes, Mr. Douglas, just thought. I think that the challenges we face is the confidentiality and the privacy, obviously, of families within these settings. So it would be great if they knew who each other was, come together to kind of choose the day that works for everyone and put it to the provider. But there are limitations in connecting families together and participants together. It can be in terms of our partner roles. But that could be a solution in terms of families being more aware of other families, but that's often brought with other issues as well. It's a challenging piece, I think, the travel question.
Okay, thank you. We've had previous witnesses talking about particular issues with the application process based on being in regional and rural areas. Do you see with the people that you're supporting, do you see any particular issues relating to the application process for the NDIS that they experience?
The application process has recently just changed. So prior to our new system within the agency that we were using, is that there was a form that participants would fill out, whether that would be with their doctor or health professional. But now the process for most people living with disability is they would go to their local partner, and it would be a soft pathway. So they would come and see us. We would explain the necessary documentation that they would require to connect to the NDIS. And whilst doing so, we would also give them information around community and mainstream services that they can also access whilst waiting to get that documentation. But the issue with that is in rural and remote areas, as we know and have already spoken about previously, is that it can take time to link those health professionals to get that evidence.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
I might add from an early childhood perspective. So the early childhood partner has always been the soft entry point for families. We've always been the first point of contact families are directed to when they have concerns, or professionals are directed to refer to the partner around looking for access. So it's important to note that children under 6 don't need a diagnosis to receive support from a partner or to enter the NDIS. So often the partner will support with gathering evidence if it's around developmental delay and supplying that to the agency. So, but where we do see barriers is for children 6 and over. So gathering that they do tend to need more evidence, such as a diagnosis, to enter the scheme, and there are significant wait times and costs and travel requirements to attend specialised appointments for families such as paediatricians. So an example of a standard wait time to access a paediatrician across the regions that Interreach supports is between 8 and 18 months. So that's local access to a paediatrician. A lot of families opt to travel to bigger centres, such as Sydney or Melbourne, because those timeframes are a lot less and they can get in a lot quicker, but obviously there's significant impacts for them to do that.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I also wanted to ask about if there are any particular challenges that you see for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people accessing the NDIS in Victoria or in your area.
Sorry, we're taking time to see who wants to speak first. So there are some common issues between LACEC and then also some differences as well. I think from the early childhood or child perspective, it can be difficult. Obviously, the NDIS is very complex. It's very government heavy. You know, there's this kind of NDIS branding, it's the government branding. It can be very difficult for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders who we know already have trust issues with the government and to feel safe in connecting to a service that's so heavily branded as NDIS. So we do try our best to connect with, connect with our Aboriginal community-controlled organisations across our region so that we can work with those staff around what our program does, what it can offer. So when they are working with families, they can help to link them in essentially. But we do find challenges too with the terminology that's used when we're going through the access process for families. It's very jargony, not very culturally sensitive, and also the resources that we have to use to help explain the pathway and what we do don't tend to be very culturally appropriate as well. So multiple kind of challenges that we have, but we do really try our best to link and create really safe office environments and office spaces and try to meet families regardless of cultural backgrounds where they are.
Thank you. It's Miss Hyde. I don't have anything further to add to what Mrs. Dodd has.
Thank you. I might just ask as well, are there particular issues that you see for culturally and linguistically diverse people accessing the NDIS in your area?
Yes, so it is very similar, but also we need to ensure that we're engaging with interpreting services to be able to connect with people from COLD backgrounds, and that can sometimes be hard because there's not people locally to do that. It could be over telehealth, and sometimes that doesn't work out as best as we would like it to. So that would be also us linking with local organisations to ensure we have that connection with them to support those participants from COLD backgrounds. That's a big thing that we do at Interreach, just to ensure that they're supported through the NDIS pathway, as well as what Mrs. Dodd mentioned around the forms used. We need to make sure that, that they have a full understanding of those forms, because they can often confuse people from COLD backgrounds as well.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll hand over now to Senator Urquhart.
Yeah, thanks very much to both of you. Can I just ask, so I've just got one question really, because I think my other colleagues have asked what I sort of had in mind, but I think it was Ms. Hyde, in your opening statement, you talked about the consequences of people living in rural and remote areas and that they sometimes go without support. Can I ask, what role does Interreach play in actually trying to join those dots up in terms of people getting support?
Yeah, so we try to offer face-to-face support to these people living with disability in rural and remote areas to connect to support, but it is just about the limited voice that they have to connect those supports. So maybe they might only have 2 providers in that area who they don't want to connect to. So then we have to often offer other services from other areas that are closer, but it can be really hard to even link them into anyone to provide that service, especially in the allied health services. We don't have enough providers, so we have been linking people with disability into telehealth, but that's not appropriate for everyone to access those services. So they can go up to 12 months without being linked into an occupational therapist because there is just no support available, and telehealth isn't appropriate for some people, as you know.
Yeah, so I understand that. I come from a rural area in Tasmania, and I understand that it's difficult and there aren't people. But my question was really around what role, if any, you may not have a role in it. I was just trying to gauge whether you do or not in actually trying to join those dots in getting more of those allied health and other providers into sort of rural and regional areas to see your client base.
I could answer that, Jess, sorry.
Sure.
Interreach, because we are so deeply rooted and connected into our communities, we do play a part in identifying gaps in services, barriers to inclusion, and looking at solutions for that. And some of the work we do is around advocacy. Some of it could be how could our organisation potentially fill those gaps. I think when it comes to the NDIS specific services, obviously being a partner, significant conflicts of interest in being a provider. So that kind of limits our ability at times to meet the needs, but it's more an NDIS specific service that someone needs. But we definitely play a role in advocacy and I guess identification of barriers and what might be needed within our communities, and trying our best to advocate for our communities and what they need.
And who is that advocacy to? Like, who do you advocate to try and get those services out here?
Local, so councils, so local governments. It could be different forums we're in. So state government forums. We might advocate for different pieces as well. Being the senior managers, it's not as much of the role that we play. Probably more our CEOs and general managers really take a leading role, but we definitely filter onto them around the barriers that we're seeing and the needs of our communities.
Yeah, no, that's great. I just didn't know. I mean, hence my question. I didn't know whether you had a role in that or not, and I know there are obviously advocacy groups around that do that sort of stuff, but I just thought, as a larger organisation, you may have someone within a role that can do some of that. So you obviously do a little bit, but there's other people that do that as well.
Correct, I would say yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. We might wrap up at this point. The line is a little muffled, but you are obviously doing great work in the field of NDIS, particularly for young families with children who do require early intervention, and we really appreciate the work that you do. If there is any additional information you would like to provide to the Secretariat, we would welcome that, and look forward to meeting you one day in person. You've obviously prepared very well for this, for your presentation, and we appreciate it very much. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for your attention and questions.
Thank you. We will now suspend for a short time until our next hearing representatives attend. Thank you. we're just waiting on one of the committee members to return. We'll start shortly. Grab a cup of tea if you'd like, or water. Yeah. Or maybe it's because his sidekick's so good and efficient. It's a team effort. It absolutely is. The A team. I love it. Will you? Yeah. It's only 40 minutes though. Yeah. You can do a power nap in that time. Yeah. I actually had a little power nap on the plane to Melbourne the other day, and it was only 40 minutes. And I felt so refreshed when I was done. It was beautiful. So I can go on a little dash 8 across the straight because that's an hour and 15. But they're replacing that after Christmas with the Q400s, which will be nice because it'll only be 45 minutes in. So it cuts half an hour.
We've only just arrived. We were listening to the other sessions.
Yeah.
The office just.
Oh, is it? No, I'm just seeing it. I've got 89%, so I think I'm fully charged at the moment. Go a bit flat. Okay, well, we should get started. So I would like to welcome representatives from Bendigo and District Aboriginal Cooperative and Bendigo Community Health Services. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Before we move on, I should introduce, we have Ms Payne, actually representing the Canberra region, and we also have Senator Urquhart from the Apple Isle, Tasmania, and myself, Libby Coker, Chair from the Great Ocean Road, Bellarine area around Geelong. So for the Hansard record, could you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today? Mr Herkes, would you like to go first?
Josh Herkes, Aged Care Team Leader at the Bendigo District Aboriginal Cooperative.
Thank you.
Susie Briggs, Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer at Bendigo and District Aboriginal Cooperative.
And I'm Mandy Hutchinson, CEO from Bendigo Community Health Services.
So would you like to, Ms Hutchinson, would you like to give an opening statement?
If you'd like me to.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. I haven't actually done this sort of thing before, so...
well, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for our Community Health Service to talk to you about our experiences with NDIS in Bendigo in particular. Just so you know, I've only been here since January. Before that, I was up in northern Victoria in a small rural community, so I have a bit of an experience of a rural community as well as a regional city. Quite different access-wise, of course, to NDIS services. But it really is a pleasure. Of course, today I've got lots of things to talk about, but there's lots of positives about the NDIS as well. And I suppose when I was putting it together, I was having a reflect on it this morning. I was thinking there's not a lot of positives in my story here today, but that's not because there isn't positives. There are many positive stories around NDIS, and I just want to highlight that. But today the opportunity is to talk to you about some of the challenges that we're experiencing. So that's the lens on which we've done. I've started this conversation today.
So thank you. And obviously with the regional areas, we're particularly interested in hearing from you on what those challenges are and any solutions you're aware of.
Yeah, so I've got some solutions as well.
Yeah.
And I've got some case studies, but I've got copies for everyone as well.
Yeah, fantastic.
If you want to have
we'll come back to you, and thank you for preparing so diligently. So, and also then the Bendigo and District Aboriginal Cooperative, would you like to make an opening statement as well?
Yeah. Okay. First off, we wish to acknowledge the traditional owners of the country we meet on, Dja Dja Wurrung country, and would like to recognise their continuing connection to the lands, waters and communities. We pay our respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and their elders past, present and emerging.
Hi, so I'm Josh Herkes from the Bendigo District Aboriginal Cooperative. I'm the current aged care team leader, but had previously been in the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer role, and before that had worked for the agency in rollout and also planning at various stages and the local partner there. So today we'd like to take the opportunity to talk to the committee specifically around two areas as we meet on Jar Jar Run Country here today. We would like to speak about the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer program funded by the NDIA via NACCHO, and also talk about the ability for the NDIS to work towards meeting the Closing the Gap targets which have been set by the federal government.
So I'm Susie. My background is I've worked for a lot of years in disability support, primarily in behaviours of concern. And then I took up the role at BDAC as the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer, which supports access to and navigation of NDIS. I also work within Bendigo Community Health as their Child Health and Wellbeing Liaison at the Locals program as well. I'm the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer role is a program that's funded by the NDIA through NACCHO that supports ACOs to support Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to access the NDIS.
Having sat in that role previously for a number of years, I thought it was important to point out that that role is actually a lot more than just helping someone access the NDIS. It's really a troubleshooting role and being able to connect with the agency, whether that's connecting people with services, stepping in if someone's support coordinator was away, or being able to swap those providers and things like that. It's also a lot of mainstream interfaces. So it wasn't uncommon for us to be dealing with the education system, to be dealing with family services, to be dealing with housing, to be dealing with the justice system, and also, especially during COVID, with the medical areas around helping people get out of hospitals and things like that. So even though it does seem a very simple role on paper, the role has really developed into something which is far more crucial and plays that linking role across a number of government services for people in community.
The reason why we do this, the life expectancy gap between Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people is estimated to be 8.6 years for males and 7.8 years for females, and that life expectancy then continues to decrease as remoteness increases. Access to health services is reduced for various reasons, including cost and lack of accessible or culturally appropriate health services where and when needed. There's the fear and distrust in government services. The ACO's model is a supporting model in a holistic way and works alongside the person and the family as a whole unit and not separating the disability from their other needs. And the rapport is often built with the person and family, and they often choose to stay with that one support rather than go to multiple different people separating their needs. ADLOs go above and beyond our job description to support the members of our community to have access to the NDIS. We support them to be able to utilise their plans by building it into their lives in a holistic and safe way. This program is vital to the community and needs to be supported appropriately by the NDIA ongoing.
In terms of some suggestions for the ADLO program, we do have a couple of dot points here which you're welcome to ask questions for us to further elaborate on, but we would suggest that with the ADLO program, a long-term commitment to the program. It's only been sort of rolling along on 12-month contracts, so to be able to have some consistency within the program, to be able to recruit, to be able to ensure that people aren't leaving throughout the course of those 12 months. To continue with the block funding model, so I think it's really important compared to unit prices, which a lot of the NDIS support is for support workers and things like that. This role is very hard to, I suppose, know exactly how many hours of support you're going to provide and things like that, and you will be required to go above and beyond at various stages, which doesn't quite fit with the unit price model. Internal support from the NDIS, so that's probably another big one for us, that having that go-to person and the ability to access the right people within the NDIS. I think Susie and I are very fortunate here that Scott McNaughton, the Deputy CEO, has been personally involved with us and being able to help out on a number of occasions. But overall, having that stability within the NDIS where it sits and recognition across NDIS officers and things like that would be certainly really valuable, and probably also recognise the significant cultural heritage issues when coming with planning and being able to have that education by the ADLOs and being able to make sure that things are culturally sensitive and being able to implement those within a plan and being able to make sure that they're well versed and that we can help educate them.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Very coordinated approach there from Ms Briggs and Mr Herkes. So, look, I note that there are nearly 2,000 Aboriginal people living in Bendigo and surrounds, and that there is a large percentage who are, more than half, who are under 24 years of age, which is quite a significant young Aboriginal population. And then you put the lens of disability over that, and regional remote community, which is the focus of this inquiry. Do you think for Aboriginal people with disability, are there any particular challenges that are actually exacerbated by being in a regional community?
Yeah, so there's a couple. So the access of culturally safe services and assessments for members of our community. It's for the people who we've been finding a lot of the people that are coming through to us, they're either not having the funds to be able to support assessments or they are spending what money they do not have generally on getting an assessment, then that is then not being accepted by the NDIA. Either it's requiring to be signed off by a paediatrician or a psychiatrist, which they weren't aware of that needed, and then having to access a paediatrician is at least a 12-month wait, or being able to pay for a paediatrician or a psychiatrist are not within their reach. Or then the NDIA then asking, well, we would like a functional capacity assessment on top of that as well. And we just, within BDAC, we don't have the funds to be able to support that as well. So that's one of the big barriers that we're finding as well. We're also finding it's about within the last 12 or a little bit more months, we've had about a 5% increase in the number of children that have been diagnosed with autism. I think we've got about 500 children on our paediatrics list. So when you're saying that there's about 2,000 Aboriginal people living in our catchment area, like in Bendigo, that's huge numbers that are requiring support.
And with the diagnosis of autism, are you finding that early interventions are available, and are they being supported by the state, or are people looking to the NDIS immediately?
Well, we are applying for NDIS, but NDIS, there are some applications that we put in January which still are not through. So that's a big concern. There are a couple of services that are lightly supporting, like they might get, if they're in kinder, they get a speech therapist in once a month or something like that to do some work. The education system have a little bit, but it's really not anything close to being adequate at all to support these families. There's wait lists for any kind of service, really. All services, there's wait lists. There's not enough capacity to support the families that we have when it comes to family services to support parents who are then they're stressed and overwhelmed because they know their children need this support and they're not understanding. They don't know what support there is or what support their child needs, and they're just kind of waiting in limbo as to what's happening with NDIS. So they may need family services or some kind of support, but there's wait lists for that as well.
So can you give me an example of someone that comes to you and the process, and just from interest, the number of NDIS participants that your organisation would support currently?
So currently I have 180 people on my list that I support. Okay. And I'm the only person in my role.
Right.
So that's my list. Some of those that's individuals. Some of those are whole family groups. So mum and 3 kids, or I think I've got one that's a mum and dad and 7 children. Then you've got individuals. Some are requiring support right from the start. So they're coming to me, and whether it's they need right from the start assessments, and then some are in the journey already and they need support with linking in with their LAC or linking in with their support coordinator, or they're not happy with their services that they have, they're feeling unsupported, and they've had a plan for 3 years and have never utilised it because nobody's sat down with it. They've had someone on the phone saying, okay, now you have to do this and do this. Good luck. And so their plans are just sat there not used for 3 years because that isn't what our community needs. They need someone to be able to sit with them and support them to make that call, or for various reasons, anxiety, literacy skills, like there's so many different aspects to why people need that support. So that's a whole wide range of why I'm, where I'm supporting.
So what is the missing link that the whole system needs to, fill in terms of is it advocacy for people? What is required to actually help through that process to get people in regional centres to support them into, either applying or, meeting their challenges?
The NDIA needs to support the ACOs with bringing them to the party, like having them as partners, self-determination, better funding to be able to support the ADLOs and the work that we do within, to be more ADLOs, more brokerage, more resources to be able to support the participants.
Because there's definitely the need.
There is 100% the need.
Well,
there is so much need. And then culturally safe processes within the partners, within the NDIA. One of the barriers that I come across all the time is if I support, if I'm following up a plan for one of the participants and I call the NDIA 1-800 number, and I say, I'm Susie, the Aboriginal Disability Liaison Officer from Badak. They go, what's that? They've never heard of what my role is.
So I think that we are changing that system, and particularly that 1-800 number, and we are looking at better training people who are responding, because we have heard that.
Yeah.
And when you seek help, you need to have someone at the end of the line who actually either knows what you're talking about or can put you on to someone who does. So that we certainly acknowledge that. Did you want to add anything?
Yes, I want to absolutely echo everything that Ms Briggs has talked about and Mr Herkes. And we're having a similar conversation. We deliver family services, so we have become a bit of a holding place for people as they're waiting to get on to NDIS, and so we're finding very similar issues, and people staying on much longer with our family services team, who are usually referred to us through the orange door, so they're pretty vulnerable families already. And the other thing that my team have been telling me about, we also are a settlement service, so we have lots of refugees in our service accessing accessing services, so English as a barrier to the NDIS. I've got a couple of case studies here talking about, the lack of access to interpreters so that people are getting responses in a timely way, and NDIS sending back letters in English, which of course the families can't read. There's lots of very similar kind of discussions that Susie's had with you today. And some of our thinking around what could improve things are, out of the NDIS review, there was recommendations about foundational supports.
And which is something that is occurring.
Yes, and we're very excited about that. And I can see that, so the ACOs and, say, a service like Bendigo Community Health Service are well positioned to be able to divert people potentially from NDIS if we, instead of holding people, we actually started. We got them access to more mainstream support so that they maybe don't need to be funneled in. It's such a timing issue. It feels like.
And I would agree, and it's something that the previous speakers have raised.
Yeah.
And I have to say that the states and territories have agreed to take on more of a role, because I think everyone acknowledges that when the NDIS came into place, and the NDIA, that a lot of the states did step back, and we're saying, can you step up and fill in what is needed for intervention early that may help to mean that someone's abilities increase, and that perhaps they don't need to go on the NDIS. If they do, they will get it.
And wouldn't that be great? Because it feels like everything's being held, do you know what I mean? And people are waiting longer and longer to actually start.
Right.
And so we're just holding people and trying to sort of, band-aid things while they're waiting. The other big thing that people have, and my team have been telling me about, is that there's a lack of a disability lens being used by parenting assessment services in terms of parenting capability. So some of the parents that we work with in family services have a disability, and then their ability to then navigate the system is again much harder. And so they're requiring a lot more support and investment and just timeliness and things like that. There's a whole lot of issues around accessing support.
Who fulfills that role in a regional area like Bendigo?
Yeah.
Who fills that role in terms of helping guide somebody who has a disability, who is actually trying to help a child with a disability?
Yes.
Who fills that role?
Well, that's how we're finding that we're landing in that space and we're sitting in that space. And it's not just NDIS, it's also family violence and housing. They're the other big issues that we're facing, but particularly NDIS, there's a big increase in us holding people and trying to help them navigate the system and get access to the assessments that they need in a timely way so they can get on. So they're staying with us much longer than they ever have in the past. And it's the complexity of the issues are quite stark. So we've kind of become navigators.
Which is, we're moving towards navigators.
Yeah.
And perhaps it sounds like that might be a role that your organisation could fulfil.
Yeah.
So thank you for the work you do. I'll hand over now to Senator Urquhart.
Thank you. Just a couple of things that I was going to ask you around the waiting time, and I think you said someone had been waiting since January. Is it that access to medical sort of people that or specialists and things that are holding the process up, or has that already been done and it's then sitting in a file somewhere? Is that...
It's sitting within
the NDIS?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
But also there's 12-month waiting lists for occupational therapists and speech therapists.
So it's a multi sort of layer. So someone might apply
even to get there.
So there's a wait for that, and then once you've got there, then there's a wait that's further exacerbated by something sitting in a file at the NDIA.
Yep, and then also on top of that, which is a really big barrier for members of our community, is the ID documents. We have a lot of children who don't even have their births registered.
Right.
So we've got...
So how do you deal with that? What process do you undertake then?
So then it's supporting the families to then register the birth. So I had one where the child was born in Queensland. So that process would have been having to register the birth, and then her surname was different on her Medicare and her Centrelink.
Wow, okay.
So, and this is a very common thing within the community as well, having different names, whether it's different spelling or completely different names. So then it would have been registering the birth, getting the birth certificate, then making sure all those documents are the same before then
you can even
apply,
start.
before you could even start applying. And then that wasn't even looking at mum's identification, that was just the child.
Yeah.
In this case, the child had had early intervention and had lost it because disability evidence hadn't been provided.
Right.
So then we were reapplying, and previously when she had it, it was when you had to provide the CRN.
Yep.
So she had a file there, and all the siblings and mum were all on NDIS as well. And I was looking at this going, this is going to be a very, very long process. And that's one of the ones I took to Scott McNaughton, and I said, this is not okay. Thankfully, he stepped in and supported that one, but it's not an uncommon story. ID documents for our community, whether it's birth registration and certificates or whether it's photo ID, a lot of our community don't have driver's license. And so then it's going to get a proof of age card, but again, if
So is there a way to streamline that at all, do you think?
There is a process that you can apply to not have the photo ID or something like that, but it's a process.
What about in your mind? Is there a better process, I suppose?
Well, I think that NDIA is a government agency, and if they have Centrelink and if they have Medicare and all of that sort of stuff,
talk to one another.
That's exactly right.
Frustration.
Yeah, I think if their identification has been verified in those areas,
so
I mean, if we can just make sure that their address and stuff is the same across the board,
and we're finding the same with people who are homeless, about the same sort of deal, no identification, and then just imagine trying to access assessments for this group of people who are really, really, they've got nowhere to live, they've got no identification. Trying to navigate the system on behalf of those people is really challenging.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
sorry to interrupt, but how many? I mean, is that a one-off? Is this what would you say for Bendigo?
Well, I think for Bendigo, I think the stats are around 800 people. I just read it the other day, but I'm sure that's just tip of the iceberg. It's very obvious now in Bendigo that we have people sleeping rough all across our city at the moment. We've been trying to support some of the people who are living very close to our building at the moment. It's really complicated.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily NDIS, but it's related because some of those people do have NDIS.
Yes.
Or disability.
They do. Indeed, many of them have a disability that would qualify them for the NDIS. Or they're on it, they're actually on, but trying to get them to respond is really also complicated. So it's a really tough issue about how we support people in really vulnerable people. It's really critically hard.
Wow. You talked about literacy issues, and I know Tasmania, we've got a high level of people with very low literacy, if any, literacy skills. Is that sort of then interlinked? How many people how many of your members would have English as their first language? Is there a barrier there with language as well as literacy?
There are a few that is a barrier. Another barrier is Koori English, and it is more that a lot of the speech therapists do not know about Koori English, and children are being assessed wrong.
Yep.
Pretty much.
So they're being assessed against the English.
Yep. Yeah, that's it. And they're not. Yeah, and that in itself is. Yeah, that's difficult. And then we've also got parents who are now having children of their own who have grown up with intellectual disabilities, psychosocial disabilities, who have not had support when they were growing up, no schooling, and they just they do not know how to read and write.
Yeah.
And they do not have plans themselves.
Yeah.
They've never had that assessment. They don't have access to those assessments. There's no funding out there to support. And a lot of the time they don't even have that kind of insight to understand that they may need to get those assessments.
Yeah.
And then, so we're supporting them to get their children's plans up and running. They get support coordination, and then they're either coming to myself or their support coordinator for everything, for school enrolments, because they don't know how to read and write.
Yeah.
And between myself and their support coordinator, we're working together, because support coordinator is not funded to do all that.
Yeah.
I definitely not funded to do it, but who else is going to?
Some of the evidence that we heard when we took this committee to Broome and Darwin, where we obviously talked a lot about really remote Indigenous communities, was that a lot of people who lived in those communities with disability were sort of more the issues at hand, things like housing, their cultural sort of issues, took priority over NDIS sort of assistance and issues and things that they needed to do. Is that a similar sort of thing that you would see in this community?
Yeah, a lot of the time, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Probably from my experience with the NDIS, in terms of housing, it's really hard to build anything and to be able to build someone's capacity to move forward, to live an everyday life if you don't have stable housing in place.
Exactly.
It's really probably...
Whether you've got a disability or not, that is very hard.
Without that stable base, you cannot implement, even within the NDIS, with the number of supports within a plan, a lot of them cannot actually be enacted or engaged in unless you have stable housing.
Yes.
So that's
really
where
key to life,
if you're
Yep.
doing that capacity building activity in terms of the occupational therapist, speech therapist, for example, which Mandy would have, if someone isn't actually there to implement those strategies at home, or we've had people who have been living in cars before and things like that previously, how on earth are you going to implement a strategy if that's what your current day-to-day living situation is?
So what would be the percentage? And it's probably just a top of head anecdotal sort of area that you'd look at here, but what percentage of people do you know? Or
I'm not really sure off the top of my head, but housing is certainly, since I've been here, has been one of the top issues for our families who are experiencing disadvantage. Stable housing, and the other thing is, you know, as Susie and Josh have said, is that also that there's a lack of interest from the NDIS in parenting support. And so when you're dealing with families, parents who may have an undiagnosed intellectual disability, never had that support, and they're trying to parent children with disability, it's really tough, you know. And so there's this kind of, even if you can put support in, what's it look like, and how do you look at that whole unit and that whole functioning unit as one rather than just the child.
And do you think, though, is that the role of the NDIS to provide that parenting support? I mean, they could apply for the NDIS, but is there state supports that could help that parent developing those skills, perhaps?
There is, but I think it's complicated by the fact that the parents may have their own issues as well, and so it's a really specialised support. And so when we're looking at therapy and those sorts of things, you need some really skilled therapists to be able to sort of support that whole functioning of that whole unit. So bringing it all together rather than individually would be so much more helpful, I think. And so it could be state support as well as NGO support.
Absolutely. And then in those kind of cases, also in the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities, there's that unconscious bias where you've got the mums and dads who have their possibly undiagnosed disabilities or diagnosed with their children who have disabilities, and a lot of people's first reactions is that's that loud, unruly Aboriginal family. And we also find that accessing mainstream services is difficult because we've had services who will not go into the home because they're deeming it as unsafe or inappropriate, where our service will go, like BDAC will go into the home and work with this family. So that's a barrier there. We also have barriers where the families will I've got a family who the mum has an intellectual disability and autism, and all the 3 children all have intellectual disabilities and autism, and mum keeps firing the services because she just doesn't trust them, but she keeps letting us in.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because she trusts us. She knows that we're there for her, but you know,
That's not helping the kids or her.
it's not. It's really not. Having all the children need speech and OT and all that, but as soon as one of the you know, they might try and support her to put in a routine to help clean the house, and she's seeing that as mainstream organisation telling her how to do, like raise her
How to
kids,
live,
and out they go. And she sees us as walking alongside her. So that's,
I think that's so true.
yeah, so that's another barrier there as well.
Mr. Herkus, you talked about in your opening statement closing the gap and that target. Do you want to expand a little bit on that, particularly around NDIS? And, you know, I think that sort of touches some of it, what Ms. Briggs has just outlined, but do you have any other information around how that sort of affects the closing the gap and what you think we could do to try and deal with that? Because we have a closing the gap statement in Parliament every year, and it's very frustrating because it doesn't seem to be closing, and I just think, can it be that hard, and what do we need to do to deal with it? So any ideas you've got, please.
That's right. So I'll probably talk to some of these specific priority reform areas. Which are listed as part of closing the gap. So probably in terms of that formal partnership and shared decision-making aspect, which is the priority reform area number 1, it's actually around having these conversations between the NDIA and organisations like NACCHO, or even on a more local level, creating those local connections that we've got with Bendigo Community Health, with Susie, with the local, which is another area of disability. So I think that it's important to make sure that that can be a priority when talking about the NDIS and any reforms made to legislation and things like that. Having opportunities like us today here talking to the joint committee to be able to get feedback, which will not only help our communities but also help the wider scheme in the long run. So I suppose the other area is looking at that priority reform number 2, so building the community sector. So Susie's touched on the fact that I feel that our Aboriginal health controlled organisations really do play a vital role in this NDIS and bridging the gap between what the NDIS's intention is, which I absolutely adore the scheme, and what the aims are for people with disability. But it is a brand new scheme, and it's a major reform from 80 different Commonwealth programs which were rolled into one. So I think that it's important to acknowledge that, yes, while there are teething problems and things aren't working the exact way we'd like to yet, but I think there is a clear intention from both sides of government to make this scheme work, and we can work forward doing that.
And there are some great stories. You know, we've heard some fabulous stories. We hear a lot of negatives, but we actually hear some really positives. So
yeah, so I think the idea is that this ADLO program's worked really well in our region. The fact that we've had someone in there to be able to bridge the gaps and be able to look at the whole picture of someone's life and being able to help navigate through it and be able to look at that. Case management's one thing which has completely disappeared from the NDIS now.
So can I just, going back to that navigator role that we're looking at bringing in place, do you think that that's currently what within your organisation that you provide that role?
I think we are. I think that we have probably gone above and beyond what the role is on paper. It is only meant to be literally to link someone into access.
Yes.
And then the theory is that the NDIS, everything's running smoothly and you'll be able to get your results because you'll have a LAC or you'll have a support coordinator and everything works fine.
Yep.
We just know on the ground that unfortunately at the moment that isn't the case. So that's where we have probably been doing that navigator role. We'd really like to provide some input to the committee and the NDIA around what that looks like and being able to do that. I do think a lot of times things have been siloed at different stages, that supports will be, you do housing, you do justice, you do family services, you do...
interlinked.
And there's no one overseeing the overarching of that person and for that life. And that's where if we have these navigator roles, I know they're still in conversations with the government what they look like, but maybe that is something that we could look and work towards for people with disability. I think it's fair to say when you find a really good support coordinator who goes above and beyond or are stepping into that role at times, it can really help change a person's life around. And not only the NDIS supports, but housing, justice, a whole range of different
So
things.
that navigator role could be a little more extensive, and it also, obviously needs to be funded effectively, but that's for the future. But I think that it sounds like, would you agree that in rural, regional communities that navigator role is more important, and why do you think that would be?
I think it's more important because the service system is different in rural communities. For starters, the access to services is not as easy and not as quick as what it would be in city settings, and the way that community works, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander community works in rural settings is different as well. I think that families and people really build a trust system with a person, and we understand that the best way to work is in a holistic way, and we work together differently. Pretty much, yeah.
And I think exactly what you're saying, Susie. I think, that trust is so important. So why would you abandon that trust at the beginning? Do you know what I mean? So you're supposed to access and then drop out. It puts the whole system at risk. If you put someone really at the centre of the care, and they've got somebody who's their champion, especially for around culture, and even the same with our Karen community, our refugee community, our homelessness community, it's much a bigger picture. That intersectionality is, creates even more health inequity. So if you had somebody like, the ACO standing alongside, for example, in our area, Badaka are amazing at helping us navigate better when we're working with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. So we need their expertise to create the trusting relationship to sort of get the therapeutic.
That's right, and it's the consistency of those people, and in regional areas that is more challenging.
Yeah.
But we can rise to the challenge.
Yes, we can.
Have you any final questions that you'd like
No,
to
I just
ask?
didn't know whether Mr Hercus had sort of, because I love these fluid discussions. Great, but I just wondered whether you had anything else you wanted to sort of add to that.
Yeah. Probably on that last point there, the ILC grants, so the information linkages and community grants within the NDIS space are probably an area which could be explored, I think, probably to look around that, working with Manny and being able to actually look at some of those specific areas around building mainstream's capacity to deal with some of the different cohorts and things like that. So probably in the past, the information linkages and community grants have been more focused on national-based projects, and I know that the aim is to roll them out nationwide, but it hasn't allowed for too many trials of projects and things like that. It's something which might be able to be trialled in a smaller regional area, taking those results, and then rather than having to have national organisations get that funding, say, well, actually, we've built a really good model within this community, but to then also then apply it, but say for, it might be Mildura Health and the Madas up in, so that's just one of those things which might be able to address some of the...
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm an advocate, and I'm always advocating for Tasmania to be a project or a pilot in areas, because I think small communities can sometimes really
do amazing
network
things.
really well and do amazing things
agree.
because we're at a deficit of services and a whole range of things. So we actually learn to integrate and network.
We partner better and respectfully.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Talk to one another.
Yeah.
Bend a few things to make things happen.
Absolutely. Creative.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you. Ms Payne.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you so much. It's been a really interesting discussion. I'm not sure that I'm going to add too much with my questions, but I just wanted to come back to the role that you're doing, Ms Briggs, and clearly there's such a need for that. If you've got, did you say 180 people? I'm just interested, so how does, how many of the role, because you mentioned it's an NDIA funded position, how did your organisation qualify to get one of those? Like, how are these roles allocated around the country, and how many are there in total? You might not know, but
I think there's about 50 around the country, but Josh would know more about how they're allocated.
Yes, so it was based on data by the NDIA themselves. So in their modelling, they picked regions where at the time, I think it would have been that the NDIA was expecting more Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people to be represented on the scheme. So Bendigo probably at the start of the program, I think when I first started, it was maybe 25% under, very loosely based demographic specifics, because data is very hard to get at the NDIA, but we sort of thought that it was a 25% under-representation. I think now, based on statistically, we'd actually say we were over-represented based on what the expected outcomes were for the NDIA. A little bit hard, obviously. They'd only ever expected originally 450,000 participants to access the scheme, but now we're at 650,000. So I hope that gives you a little bit more of a background there. Yeah.
So, but if there's only 50 around the country and you're dealing with 180 people, is the answer, do you think, to have more people doing the role more widely allocated? Or is it actually about making some changes on the other side as well to make the scheme, to make the barriers for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people less, to address it at a structural level as well, or a bit of both?
I think it's a bit of both, absolutely. I think addressing the barriers within NDIA and also, more ADLOs, more, it'll be addressing the barriers would be like the wait times, the ID requirements, the access to assessments, the requirements to get NDIS, not having to go back for an assessment and another assessment. Those things within NDIA, and then it would also be more ADLOs better supported.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say there are some systematic barriers which apply to absolutely everyone around wait times, information, things like that, which are probably those whole scheme areas. There did used to be within the partners identified roles within the LACs and things like that, and there could be the opportunity for co-location. It's only actually a target for those. One potential solution might be to actually look at those identified roles and actually have a co-role within the local Aboriginal community controlled organisation. So, for example, they might be at Interreach 2 days a week, 3 days a week at the DAC, for example. They might sit under us, though, for HR purposes, for cultural reasons, that we could actually manage that and help support them while they're still gaining that foothold within the NDIS. So that we have had a couple previously at different stages who have been identified individuals, and they would come out and do 1 day a fortnight within the ACO, but that hasn't been the case since 2019, I think was the last time someone was employed in one of those specific roles. So our local partner does still come out and provide assistance once a fortnight for us to be able to ask questions, to be able to help navigate through the NDIS or set up appointments for community members we could support. But I think maybe those roles, if they were actually part of the contract as identified roles, and that it is a co-location role within the space, would be a very simple solution to be able to look at increasing funding and also gain better results for that community.
Great.
Can I just say, in terms of the waiting lists, I know that the government has actually employed more people within the NDIA to actually process applications, and from what I'm aware, it has had some impact. I'm interested from you, has it had an impact?
I think it has had a small impact, but not a great impact. I also think the swap to the PACE system, where a number of reports, which I think you've heard earlier, we would have submitted a number of times access requests and things like that. If they were waiting when the PACE system came in on that 31st of October, I think it basically feels like they all went missing. So that's where there seems to be a massive loggerhead. Also, the fact of the role of what the partner in the community does in terms of that access space is far different now compared to what the agency does. The agency's doing a lot more of the planning aspects and things like that. The partners no longer build plans and things like that when I was employed in that space. So the agency actually probably has a lot more work themselves, which is causing these delays. I'm sure you'll be all aware that legislatively they're meant to actually get back to you within an answer within 28 days. I can't remember, Susie, the last time that they would have hit that legislated deadline.
And this is the thing, it is in transition, and we're actually really working hard to improve the scheme. But during the transition, it is actually, we've got to make sure that people's applications are still processed in a reasonable time. And we are also looking at that starting process where, when you're applying, how do we make it easier for people rather than having to go for, on continuous assessments and. It is, and we understand the challenge, particularly in regional areas where you may not have that level of professional, expertise. I'm sorry. Yeah.
One thing in regards to that is probably learning from the aged care system and some of the reforms that they're looking at the moment. So with the new single assessment system and the fact that they're looking at more localised assessment options from that independent aged care assessor. I know the NDIA did bring up independent assessments a while ago, and while not wanting to completely rely on an individualised assessment from someone and still allowing someone to submit evidence from them, I do think it would reduce the barrier significantly in terms of access and the ability of going back and forth multiple times with the agency. Sometimes it's over one sentence in one report. And you're submitting a 37-page report. These access requests are fairly complex at the moment, especially compared to another system like aged care that I've been working in. That's one advantage I have found over the aged care system, to get someone on while the wait times to get support are longer. The actual process itself is a very simplified model. Whether you could look at something like maybe, for example, a lot of those community health providers like Bendigo Community Health, ourselves, using an occupational therapist or something like that to complete a single assessment for NDIS access, as well as allowing probably the provision of additional doctor's notes and things like that to make a decision. Just could be a suggestion going forward to cut those wait times.
We are looking at, looking at the individual, really, the factors. We know they have a disability. What are the sort of things they're going to need, and to make it a simpler process, rather than having to keep going back for more assessments.
A simpler and a more fair process. I think it would be, if we could have like an across the board functional capacity or something like that. So it doesn't matter how much you earn or how little you earn, if you have that diagnosis, and then everyone, and maybe the ACOs can do it, and Bendigo Community Health, if everyone kind of has that baseline, because we know that the people who can afford to go and get all these assessments, they have the better evidence, and at the end of the day, if you have the evidence, you get the plan, and that's a big disparity.
Yeah, and we are aware that we need to make it more equitable, and it's acknowledged that the system has to really acknowledge that some people don't have the dollars to go and get all of those expensive assessments. So how do we do it better? So
and even disputing things as well, our REACTs and places like that who are advocacy bodies.
Yes.
They just don't have the resources either, and we've got lots of stories of people getting lawyers to dispute things, but if you haven't even got you've got no resource, you can't dispute anything. You just you get lost again in the system. I think that's a great suggestion, by the way, around the aged care assessment service. Doing a similar model that would take so much of the complexity out of it. You may still need, as you said, some particular specialist assessments for particular, but imagine that would just simplify things so much.
Some of the disputes actually end up costing more than what the actual dispute is about, which I don't quite get, but I'm not sure whether that's improved over the last period of time, but
I think probably to talk about that point in particular, Senator Urquhart, is that a lot of times you do have to actually test the legislation at the AAT and things like that. Yes. That was one thing that I did learn from the NDIS, that it may in that individual case cost more for that level of support, but what you are doing is at least trying to set a precedence to be able to move forward. So I do want to acknowledge that
it's painful that for that individual.
It can be, yes.
So can I just ask, in the remaining minutes we have, to bring it back to the regional, remote, rural focus of this inquiry, if there was one thing that each of you could recommend that would improve the services and supports for people in regional, remote areas, what do you think it would be? I know it's a big question. Starting with you, Ms Hutchinson.
All right, I would go back to that foundational
And you've got about
supports.
a minute and a
Okay,
half.
I would go back to the foundational supports. If we could all deliver foundational support so that we can, instead of holding people and spending so much energy navigating the system, we could actually implement basic speech therapy, occupational therapies, parenting support at that very early stage, we could divert people off the NDIS altogether, or make sure that the people who need it the most are getting it quicker. So that would be my pitch, is foundational supports in community, so that we're shifting that paradigm from holding to action.
Thank you. That's very succinct, and we are working on that. So thank you very much. Ms Briggs.
Well, I would say that that Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people know what's best for their communities, and it would be the NDIA working in partnership with the ACOs to work towards self-determination and bringing more support and more funding to those ACOs to better support programs like the AdBlue program and do that, that holistic approach with our families with disabilities. I think that we need to recognise the our family's cultural heritage, and if we do this, it will support the development and implementation of culturally sensitive and relevant supports. If we understanding that acknowledging culture in the person's NDIS plan can help identify challenges and barriers, support linking in appropriate support systems, and highlight the potential impact of intergenerational trauma. It would highlight the benefit of cultural identity, community ties, and how it positively impacts the participants' wellbeing.
Thank you. Mr Hercus.
I would probably say it's about simplifying the NDIS. I think we've taken some really good steps with those reforms at the start of October about what's in and what's out and things like that. I think that if we can simplify this system, and I know it will take time, but work on specific projects and things like that to simplify different aspects of the scheme, that will help with the ability to be able to get more mainstream services and more things, and be able to actually make some of those decisions around what sits in education or what sits under the NDIA and things like that. Clear guidelines, I think, will be able to really help, and for everyone to be able to navigate this a lot more smoothly.
Yeah, well, look, thank you. We're working on it. I think they're all very good suggestions. So at this point, I'd like to thank you very much for your time today. It's been a really, I think, valuable discussion. If you have any additional information that you think that would be of benefit to this inquiry, or if you've been requested to provide any information, if you could please do so by November 15, that would be much gratefully appreciated. And well done. Keep up the good work.
And
thank
you.
you.
Say, I think your community is very lucky to have people like you here, because it's fantastic. So great work.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The committee will now suspend until 1:30 p.m. and for lunch, and we will resume with the Rights, Information and Advocacy Centre at 12:30, resuming at 1:30. Thank you. Well, I think at this point we should begin. We're ready to roll? Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this NDIS inquiry hearing into regional, remote and rural communities and how do we best support those communities in terms of disability. Before we begin, we have in one of the previous presentation, we received documents from Bendigo Community Health Services, and I'm just wanting the committee to note that we've received this document for tabling. Are we okay with that? Great. Thank you. So I now have the pleasure of welcoming representatives from Rights, Information and Advocacy Centre. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. Now, for the Hansard record, before we begin, could you please each state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? And could we start with Miss Alex Reimers, please?
Yep. This is Miss Alexandra Reimers. What else did I have to say?
Just who you're representing or who Alex is representing.
Yeah, the RIAC Lived Experience Advisory Committee.
Thank you very much.
Sandy Ross is my name. I'm with RIAC, Rights, Information and Advocacy Centre. So I'm representing RIAC here today.
Great, thank you.
It's Anna Fry. I'm also representing RIAC. I'm a senior advocate and team leader.
Thank you.
Christy Stewart, Access and Support Officer and ILC Project Officer for RIAC.
Loretta O'Neill, First Nations Advocate for RIAC.
Great. Well, welcome everyone. And I'm Libby. I'm the member for Corangamite, which is on the Great Ocean Road and the Bellarine. I also have Miss Payne from the Canberra region, and we also have Senator Urquhart from Tasmania. So we represent quite a diverse range of places across the nation. So I'd like to now invite you, RIAC, you'd like to do a opening statement?
Yeah, thanks, and I will. Just to introduce RIAC to the committee. We're an independent disability advocacy organisation. We cover a very wide catchment, and that's partly why we've got a group of people here. So we have officers and staff in Geelong, Bendigo, Shepparton and Mildura, and so we cover across a wide range of really western, central, northwestern Victoria. So we have a particular interest, of course, in rural, regional and remote areas, and access to the NDIS is a key part of what we do in that, and that's partly why, yeah, as I said, we've got this group of people. So Anna is Senior Advocate and Team Leader based in Geelong, and so helps lead our advocacy team. Christy works with our Access and Support team, and they're much more in the sort of the Loddon Mallee areas. So that's from Bendigo up around Swan Hill and Mildura as well. And Loretta is a First Nations Advocate, is based in Shepparton, and so works very much in the Goulburn Valley kind of area as well. And of course Alex is on our Lived Experience Advisory Committee and is based in Bendigo.
Yes, well thank you very much for giving us that background. Now, Ms. Reimers, just in terms of pronouncing it correctly, my apologies. Would you like to make an opening statement? We're just getting the technology to work here, I think.
Hello, my name is Alex Reimers and I am an active participant in the NDIS and have been since it first rolled out in 2013. and I'm here today to give an account of my lived experience while being a participant of the NDIS. Previously to the traumatic hiccups I've been having with the NDIS, which I'm about to disclose in this statement, I was on a plan that supplied me with the funds to live independently of my mother, who was my primary caregiver up until 2019. A part of my plan had the appropriate funds for 24/7 care, but it also allowed me to succeed in all areas of my life.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that presentation. We'd now like to move to questions, and I'm just wondering, Riek, you deal with advocacy as do you think that because of regional remote challenges, that it does make a difference to the level of advocacy that you can provide clients in the wider Bendigo and further afield? Is it more difficult, and why?
Well, it's, I mean, just to start with, and I'm conscious that my colleagues here have got some other things to say and some case studies and things that they can talk to around that. I mean, I think we very much see in our advocacy roles the impacts on people attempting to access the NDIS, attempting to become participants, and also who are in the NDIS and are participants. Significant challenges that are shaped by where they live and the kinds of limitations in access to services, access to assessments, the distances that have to be travelled either by the participants themselves or by the service providers, and the way in which that also creates vulnerabilities for people because of the lack of diversity or variety in choice of service providers. There's a vulnerability to service providers that are poor or even at the worst end, coercive or exploitative or abusive in the way they relate to participants. So we see a bunch of issues that are shaped by all of that. That's a kind of just an overall kind of comment. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that.
No, I think you've covered it well, and we've all, like Sandy mentioned, we all have case studies that sort of address, a lot of individual issues that we see. So.
Would you like to share a couple of those case studies with us?
Who's going first? Would you like to start,
Not particularly. I will though. I've been at REAC now for almost 12 months. Prior to that, I was working for Bendigo and District Aboriginal Co-op, so I've got a really good relationship with those guys. Currently, I work across regional towns in central and northwest Victoria, including Bendigo, Swan Hill and Mildura. I provide access and support assistance to people attempting to access NDIS who are already NDIS participants but struggling to make systems work for them. There are barriers and there are failures to how things happen. I've found that within the area that we cover, many who should be participants struggle to gather the information they need to meet the scheme, and things that, there's things that are meant to support them, such as the LACs, often become barriers instead of support networks to actually access. In one of those cases, I had a client or have a client where the LAC actually declined participation in the scheme in relation to my client's mobility issues. Not only does that client suffer the inability to sort of be mobile in her life, but she also suffers with mental health, significant mental health. So for me, being able to provide that client with an accessibility to leave the home, to get out in community, that was what we sort of aimed for. She was able to get out, link with community, mental health would increase. She was actually denied on her mobility, but they were happy to support, or at that point told her they were happy to support her around her mental health. She's now been declined 3 times, and this is a woman that can't get out of her own bed, She doesn't walk. She can't walk. And we're currently waiting a review.
Look, these are difficult stories to hear, and they are people's lives that you're talking about. So we do listen, and we are trying to improve right now the NDIS and the application process and the support mechanisms.
Yeah.
But in terms of, do you think that being in a regional centre, so was this Bendigo? Do you think being regional makes any difference, or do you think that these situations are across the board?
For myself, given that I work both Bendigo and Swan Hill for these areas, there's definite increase in regional areas. There's limited availability when it comes to the LACs being able to actually come out and visit with the client. I feel had the LAC come out on that behalf and actually visibly seen the client and her capabilities in her own home, we would have had a different decision. Swan Hill's very much the same, very limited staff in Swan Hill. It's a much smaller space.
Do you think that technology could help in any way? I know that we've got the teleconferences, and look, I know it's not a replacement for face-to-face.
Yep.
It's exactly the same here. It's always better to be face-to-face, certainly acknowledge that. But
Yep.
Is there a role for technology to play?
I think there is. I think in this client's circumstances, that wasn't even an option. It was a phone call. There was, no telehealth option, no option for the client to actually come into the centre. It was denied before it had even been sent through for processing or for
Okay, so on these individual issues as well,
Yep.
We do sometimes have an NDIS representative here, but these are the sort of cases, if there's any particular cases, it is something that we can refer on for you.
Yep.
But this is where, sometimes someone needs to intervene and give you that individual assistance.
Yeah. But I see it across the board. It's not only here, and it's not only that case. We've got, I currently have 38 clients between here and Swan Hill. Many are struggling to be able to afford. Well, I've got one client who travelled from Swan Hill in late December last year to pay out of her own pocket, one for travel costs and two for an assessment to be completed for her access request form. We're still waiting on that report from that access request for that access request form. So she on her own had to pay out of pocket of $2,000 plus travel costs to and from. And the current review is looking at, we are actually focused very much on that assessment process because we are aware that it needs to be equitable. It shouldn't be based on how much money you have in order to get the right level of assessment. No, that's right. And there's only one OT in Swan Hill currently, which makes it quite tricky when you've got such a large capacity of people or potential participants living in that area. And I don't just say the Swan Hill area, we need to look at the wider community. We have all the way up until Robinvale, back to Swan Hill, out to Sea Lake, Kerrang, all those districts that sort of hang around. Swan Hill is their centre, and if they don't have it, those people then need to travel further. So whether they travel to Mildura, whether they travel to Bendigo, but I know you have heard there is up to a 12-month wait for an OT assessment in Bendigo. So people are really struggling to be able to access supports and assessments in their own area.
So Dr. Fry or Miss O'Neill or Dr. Ross, is there anything you think that we can do to actually improve the services that can be accessed on a local basis in regional areas?
Speaking from from an Aboriginal point of view, listening to, what was that lady's name there before? God, my memory. Susie.
Yes, Susie.
Listening to Susie before, it's very, what's needed out there is more funding or more service for co-ops, because like you'll get the co-op and that's in the main area, like say Ballarat, Bendigo or Shepparton, so you've got the main co-ops there, but then you've got the smaller towns. And you haven't got, and a lot of people haven't got the cars, haven't got the licence, just cannot get to the co-ops. So what you're needing really is for the co-ops to be able to provide a service to get to these people. Like a mobile service where they can go out, explain what NDIS is, how people can, would they fit that? Because also there's a lot of people that will try and try again, thinking that maybe they would be able to get on NDIS, but they don't know what other services are out there, so they're knocked back all the time.
And that's actually a good point, that the NDIS is there for people with a certain level of disability, but we've just made an agreement with the states and territories to provide those foundation services and access, which it could be what people need.
Yes.
But I think people have seen the NDIS as the answer to every issue. So it's
That's
not to
right.
say it should be there to be available when needed. So that's something just to, because you would you say that some of the people applying for NDIS in regional areas could potentially be benefited from those other services that states can provide?
Well, there's people that come to us. I've got clients who's tried 3 times more to get on NDIS, and when you read some of their, like medical conditions, or they're needing all these assessments, they may not be eligible for NDIS. So, and they get very stressed, they get very heartbroken.
Yeah.
Or where do I go to now? Like, what is there? I need help, but what's there? So it's knowing what these other agencies that are out there can do for them. And unless they get told, they're just going to become more isolated, because they don't know what's out there. And a lot of Aboriginal people will not ask. They won't sort of force themselves upon finding out unless someone comes to them. And especially if there's like a mental health condition, they won't reach out. So that's what I'm saying with the co-ops. It's very important for them to be able to reach the people in, the smaller towns, because you haven't got the bus service, they haven't got the transport. REACT is a fantastic service as an advocacy service that we are able to go to different places. We do home visits. We can go to people and see what they're needing. I mean, other people have to pay through NDIS, and then they say to us, or say to me, I've got this bill this day, what is it, $4,000, where's that coming? Because they don't know the system, they don't know. So that stress is there. And that many people that I know say about REACT being a service that helps them in those cracks, fill the cracks.
And I know how valuable your service is.
Yeah. I just want to say.
And I appreciate that. I'm sure we
I just want to say, but it's, the outreach, I would say, is needed.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
go
just
ahead.
very quickly get some clarification? So you talk about co-ops. What is, I don't know what that means.
Oh, Aboriginal co-ops.
Yeah, oh, right.
Yeah, so, when I say Aboriginal co-ops, like they're the main groups.
Yes, in the bigger areas.
In the bigger areas.
Okay, got what? Okay.
But they have the programs.
Yes.
They have the programs in it that they would have a catchment.
Yeah.
But they haven't got enough staff to go and do the visiting.
Yeah. And that's sort of where the mobile sort of service you're talking about
exactly.
comes in, A bit like the breast care bus that goes out into the...
Exactly, Doug, yeah.
Okay.
I'm conscious of addressing the question around the service issue, and of course this is it's a well-known problem, for instance, in health, rural health services being available and so forth. So it's not an easy problem to solve. I mean, how do we get more OTs into Swan Hill?
No, I would agree. It's quite complex.
So there's a few different dimensions though to the situation. I think there's some issues around the way the NDIS requires people to go through complex processes regarding assessments and so forth. And I'd like to refer here to Alex's story, because I know that you've got some stuff you can say about your own situation, position regarding that. So there's some things, I'll come to that in a second. But there's also, there's some things around, if you like, how many services are actually needed to provide all these assessment reports. I mean, are the requirements creating a burden on very thin and small amounts of capacity regions is I think a reasonable policy question.
That's a good question.
So that's part of the picture of how do we address this?
Yes.
I mean, there is the resourcing and having sufficient services on the ground to meet community needs as well, of course. And when it comes to, well, disability with health and other things, there's also a question about state and federal sort of relevant roles there too, and foundational supports comes in there too. I would just say one other thing before handing to Alex, which is that we've been talking about foundational supports now ever since the NDIS review came out.
Yep.
And I know that it's widespread around the disability sector. There's this sort of sense of like, well, that sounds wonderful. What are these things? Where are they?
Yeah.
And it's creating a whole lot of concern and anxiety, I think, in the disability sector. That
I would acknowledge that
unknown.
And I think this is the challenge for federal and state. Because the state stepped away, the federal government has actually been the provider of disability services, and now there's an agreement, but it needs to be fleshed out, the level of service, what will be provided by state. And in the meantime, we still need to provide people who have a disability with the level of support they deserve. So, yes, it is we're transitioning, and that is, we've still got to maintain the level of service and support. And in regional areas, that is challenging. So, and that's where I'm sort of wanting to tease out from you solutions. So, a pilot program that you might have been involved in, something that you're aware of that actually helps to bring the support the workers here in our regions. How do we bring them to the region, keep them? How do we get people with expertise, with professional skills here into the regions? And what are the other complications being regional that are making it more challenging for people with disability to get those services? So it is complex, but we're here. We want to hear your thoughts on this. So I'm not sure. Is there anything I should like to add before we hand over to Ms. Reimers?
I think just that the complexity of the system is a challenge, and I know from the earlier session you were talking about simplifying, and I think that's right. It's got to be made simpler. Simplicity will make it more accessible, but there's always a balancing act, isn't there? I think there is probably a need. I mean, I think one of the things that we would say is I've made some notes here, suggests that the NDIA establish maybe a dedicated program of work, maybe some capacity even to set up some pilots that focus on rural and regional design of the system, from assessments right through to.
So do you think that the system now, the way it works is more effective in the metro areas? And do you think there needs to be a different model for regions and rural and remote areas?
It's a big step to say there should be a different model. I think that there is a need to grasp the complexities in the way in which the kinds of disadvantages that are well known in rural and regional areas around service access and so forth, to understand the dynamics of that and understand how that interacts with a set of systems that are generally designed with a presumption about a metropolitan kind of normality. There's a lot of areas of government in which that gap is a tension and creates these problems, and we talk about disadvantage and there's intersectionality as well. I mean, there's a lot of Aboriginal communities in rural and regional areas. They've got particular needs too. You've got all sorts of other things floating around in that, which
So look, we park for a moment, and I will ask Ms. Reimers if you wanted to add anything to her presentation, to what you've already said.
So Alex has prepared a statement of her lived experience within the NDIS that she would love to read out for you guys.
Yep, that would be great. Thank you. We're just getting the technology to work.
Yeah, got to just put it where it all needs to be.
Yeah, that's good.
I have cerebral palsy, and am considered a GMFCS5, which means I am quadriplegically affected by my cerebral palsy in such a way that my only independent mobility is via an electric wheelchair over short distances. I need assistance into the chair, out of the chair, onto a toilet, off a toilet. I am unable to independently ambulate. My fine motor control does not allow me to eat, dress, drink, brush teeth etc. independently. I am completely reliant on my support workers to survive and thrive. I was put on a temporary plan in December 2023, as I was not informed by NDIS, my support coordinator or anyone else that a functional capacity report was necessary for the yearly scheduled review. We were not asked to provide one of these since 2019 when I first moved out of home, so we had no idea what it was nor that it was an ongoing necessity. As soon as we were made aware, we sourced an OT who unfortunately strung us along for 5 months saying the reports were nearly done. Then at the last minute sent an email saying that she was not capable of doing the report and we needed to find help elsewhere. This OT has been reported to the NDIS Safeguards Commission. Against all odds, we found an OT from the OT group who was experienced, qualified and very capable. This team was fabulous and they prioritised me, but the process still took around 6 weeks and this was fast-tracked best they could. The FCR still are really extensive documents. These comprehensive reports are now in. We stayed in contact with NDIS best we could throughout this process, but were told time and time again that there was no way to get in a queue without the report finished, so we had to wait. We are aware that there are wait times, but to the best of our ability we did what was asked and as quickly as possible. With all these unforeseen delays, my temporary funding was going to run out in less than 2 weeks and we had to contact Bill Shorten, the founder of the NDIS, and Lisa Chesters, our local MP, directly to help rectify this issue. After not hearing from either, we contacted the Bendigo Advertiser to publish an article about our lack of funding and support, and we had contact directly from the NDIS only after the Bendigo Advertiser became involved with 5 days left on my temporary plan. I have been placed on yet another temporary plan for 12 months, but there is not enough funding to last the whole 12 months, once again putting my freedom, my life, my independence, my community contribution and most importantly my safety, health and well-being all at extreme risk. With my new temporary plan, they are asking that I supply them with a pile of supporting evidence, documentation and assessments including but not limited to, Corsted supporting letter supported independent living specialist disability accommodation, SIL SDA, assessment report physiotherapy report continence assessment speech assessment cognitive behavioral assessment functional independence assessment behavioral supports assessment HODIS assessment functional capacity assessment occupational therapy report psychologist report. Against what everyone told my family was possible for me, I am living my life independently and not only surviving, but thriving. I am on 4 disability committees and advocacy groups including RIAC, was granted a scholarship to train in leadership for Cerebral Palsy Support Network CPSN, and have completed this training and utilized the skills I acquired to advocate for other people with disabilities. I am assigned model with diversity models and recently appeared in an ad for the Bendigo Airport. Did some work making videos around access and inclusion for the Bendigo Law Courts and will be working with Bendigo Tourism to promote Bendigo's accessible tourism. I am very active in my communities, of which I have many, and I have recently launched a program at primary schools around disability inclusion and awareness. I am often in the paper as a voice for disability advocacy, and none of this would have been possible without NDIS. The NDIS is something I am eternally grateful for. It changed the trajectory of my life and gave me the room to find and flourish in my own forms of self-expression and to thrive within my community. I was born with cerebral palsy CP and acquired complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, through surgery and abuse from a step-grandfather. The CP affects my mobility severely, all limbs, trunk and speech. To independently mobilize, I need an electric wheelchair. I have an iPad attached to my wheelchair to help me communicate, as I am considered nonverbal by professionals. I am incredibly communicative though, and recently published my own book of poems and had an article published in a magazine. I use my iPad to be clearly understood by those around me that are not used to my particular cerebral palsy style of dialect. With my CPTSD, NDIS is suggesting that it's not directly related to my cerebral palsy and therefore believe I am not in need of 24/7 care. They are currently proposing that they lessen my daily supports funding by stating that I don't require 24/7 care. My CPTSD has many triggers, which includes being left alone, and that is exactly what will end up happening if the NDIS does not provide me with the appropriate funding I need, directly impacting my mental and physical health. When I am in a triggered state, my body goes into fight or flight, causing my muscles to stiffen, lessening my already limited mobility, affecting my ability to safely transfer in and out of my wheelchair. It reduces my fine motor skills. I can have muscle spasms constantly and become incontinent. My ability to confidently communicate decreases and retaining information is affected. My skin also breaks down, often causing rashes and sores. Being in my own bed becomes triggering, and my sleep patterns are impacted, as well as my appetite and capacity to swallow. Regulating my emotions is challenging. In saying all this, I have many tools and supports these days to keep me in optimal physical and mental health. However, you have a small glimpse into just how extreme the ramifications would be on me and my life if I am not granted the 24/7 funding that I require. Very early on during my time as a NDIS participant, I gradually began transitioning my care from an agency to independent staff due to a lack of reliability and security. Fast forward to now, all of my care is provided from independent support workers. It has had some great benefits, such as freedom of choice in who comes into my home. I can assure that they will be reliable and specifically trained to support my needs. Unfortunately, it also has had some traumatic downsides, as it opens me up to neglect and abuse because there's no regulations, which has happened many times in my experience. For disabled people like myself to feel safe with people who come into our homes and lives, things have to change in this aspect. I'm currently looking at agencies to help provide more safe and adequately trained staff. I know I'm not the only person in a situation like this. Staff working with other NDIS participants talk about how they are also struggling to get the funding they need to have access to the level of care that they require. I have friends in similar positions too. I understand and appreciate why the NDIS have new regulations in place, but they seem to be potentially targeting the wrong people when making these funding cuts. But it leaves vulnerable people like myself without the care and funding that we need to live to our fullest potentials. I want to reiterate that I am grateful for the NDIS. I wouldn't be the person that I am today without it. I appreciate your time listening to me today as I help spread awareness on the experiences myself and many others have faced while being participants of the NDIS.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reimers, very comprehensive. Can I say that we have an NDIA representative here this afternoon, and it would be of value for you to have a conversation with her and alert her to your particular challenges and what you would like to have as outcomes for you. I also would like to say, in relation to funding cuts, there isn't any cuts on the table. However, you know, there might be individual cases where there's different assessments and criteria. But I think the point you make about people being registered and accredited is really important, so that you are, you know, because people in your situation, there are vulnerabilities, and we understand that. And for you to feel safe, you do need to have people who are registered, and that's something that we are working on right now. Did you want to add something? Would you agree the need for people to be registered? Yes? Yes. Thank you. Well, that was really emotional, actually. I think we'd all feel that.
Yeah, and can I say, Alex, well done. You are a power of community.
You are amazing.
Amazing, all the things that you've done and you're doing, and then the hurdles that you've had to go through as well. But you're fighting on, so good on you.
Yeah, well done.
Wonderful.
We all really admire what you've achieved. So keep strong. Did you want to add any? Do you have any questions, Senator Urquhart?
Just one. I just wanted to ask Dr. Ross or anyone on the panel, actually. There is a consultation period now open for the foundational supports. It's online under the Department of Social Services, if you just Google it. I just wondered whether you'd been involved and put anything into that foundational supports consultation period. It closes on the 5th of December.
Yes, that's right, Senator, and thank you for the question. Yes, we're very conscious of that process, and we're engaged with our peak bodies, and I think we're planning also to make our own submission to those consultations. I do think one issue which, and I meant to say this perhaps a bit earlier, is in relation to the reforms generally around foundational supports and so forth, is the principles around co-design are really important, and something that makes I think our organisation perhaps a bit uncomfortable about the framework that's already been developed, separating out general foundational supports and targeted supports, Commonwealth and state roles and so forth, is that the articulation of what's in the general supports includes just about everything but independent advocacy. And all the things that are listed, information, advice, referrals, self-advocacy, all these things are things that we do, but we do them in a fairly organic way in connection with acting also as advocates for people. And people with disability have the right, obviously, to choose to have an advocate work with them as part of their process of working with these things, and our sorts of the independent advocacy services are crucial in making that all workable. And it makes me wonder a bit how foundational supports will work if there's this sort of the role of that independent advocacy is kind of left out of the picture. Because there are so many issues that we see and encounter regarding the conflicts of interest that service providers have, excuse me, in that space. And excuse me, and I think that also there's an under recognition of the extent to which the kind of advocacy work we do is fundamentally focused on empowering the clients and building their capacity to self-advocate too.
Yep.
So the idea that, well, self-advocacy is here and the individual advocacy is here, that's a problematic kind of separation out of things that in the reality of the work that we do and the lives of the people with disability we work with is much more organic, much more integrated, all those sorts of things.
How is your organisation funded?
So we're funded through the National Disability Advocacy Program.
Right. Okay.
And also with NDIS appeals. We also have funding under the Victorian State Disability Advocacy Program.
Okay, so a number of sources.
And we also have some CHSP and HAC funding.
Yeah, so it's a bit messy all over the place, but you get a
but we have an advocacy focus even
great.
on those other things too.
And is the majority of your advocacy for NDIS clients, is it more around advocacy for people with intellectual disabilities or physical disabilities, or is it a big mix of both?
It's a fair mix, but I might defer to Anna here.
Yeah, great, thank you.
Yes, no, we don't have any major disability sector that we see. It's a whole range. It's mental health, physical, and it's not just and it's not just NDIS participants that we help either. It's a whole range of the community disability.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And in terms of the NDIS advocates that people that you advocate for, and I mean obviously Alex is on that committee and providing advice, which is fantastic because it's really important for people who have lived experience to actually be able to, get that across to people who are sort of making decisions. But what's the process? So somebody with an issue around NDIS or whatever will come to you, request advocacy. Where do you sort of take that then? I suppose it depends on the issue that they've got or whatever, but what's the sort of process and time frame that you would have in dealing with an issue?
Sure. So
particularly, sorry, I should focus that around, particularly in this rural and remote sort of area and regional sort of areas that you're obviously covering across.
Right. So our service covers a whole range of regional Victoria. But we essentially have a triage process when people come to our service. We have an intake meeting where we discuss their issue. We decide if we're the best placed service to support them.
Okay.
And if it is decided that we are, we have a wait list of around 6 to 8 weeks.
Right.
And then that person will be allocated to an advocate, who will then provide a varying degree of support. If the person has capacity to support themselves, we can just help them with information about a process, guide them through the complexities of it. Other participants and other clients will need more hand-holding because they are really struggling with their disabilities. And in that case, we provide really intensive support where we can help them gather medical evidence, we can attend appointments with them, we can communicate with the agency or with lawyers if it's at the ART stage. So we provide a whole range of different support that we, it's a case by case, it's an individual assessment that we make based on the person's capacity. So.
Thank you. Ms O'Neill, you talked about access and the barriers and particularly LACs. Can you sort of step me through the process, or anyone on the panel, step me through the process? Are the LACs based here in Bendigo? Do they travel out? What are sort of the barriers that you find here in sort of regional Victoria in people accessing the LACs?
Well, they don't travel out to people, say, in the smaller towns. They are based in the bigger towns. Like in Shepparton, you have two agencies. So people have to come to them.
Right.
It's an open door, situation where people think they should be on NDIS and they can go in and ask.
Yes.
But yes, after they are on NDIS, what I have noticed is the explanation of the plans are not there.
Right.
People are not knowing. I've come to...
So they don't know what's in their plan?
They don't know. I've had one client who has been on a plan for 2 years and haven't accessed it.
Hasn't accessed it? Oh, in terms of him utilising it?
Yeah, utilising it.
Does he know what's in it?
Sorry?
Does he know what's in it?
Yeah, after it was given to me, because she was very... felt she couldn't communicate with other people. She only wanted an Aboriginal worker.
Yeah.
And so when I made contact with her, she was happy to be open. Before this, she had people ring her up and she just couldn't talk to them.
So that's a cultural type
that was
barrier,
a cultural,
yes, which we've heard a little bit about earlier today, and we also heard that in our previous hearings in Broome and Darwin. So very, very important. Yeah.
And this is where I was told. She said, "I don't know what it's all about. I don't know what's there."
Yeah.
And so I helped her open the door. And now she's on a new plan because she couldn't get around. Like the first one was around emotional. She couldn't go outside the house because of an incident, things that happened to her life, which made her struggle. Before this, she was into golf. She was quite out and about, but things happened and she couldn't go outside. And so her first plan was around that. In the meantime, she had disabilities to walk. She couldn't walk anywhere without, on the wheelchair. Oh, not a wheelchair, what do they call them, the walkers?
Walking frame thing, yeah.
And so there was a lot of things around the house that needed changing and for her. So with the assessments, she didn't know anything about assessments. She just didn't know. So she wanted me there to help her through this. Yeah. Now she's getting a scooter. Now she's getting on this to get her back out, which is, and be mobile.
And that was because you were able to go out to her into her regional area and her home. Yeah.
Yes, exactly that.
Yes, the importance of that is really, really super important to be able to access people who can't come to you.
And I've probably got 3 clients that are like that. They cannot step outside the house. And so they ring me and I go down and, say for one, it's about banking. They just cannot step out. So I arranged some banking, to get some things done. With my job, I find that mine is full of not just being an advocate for a complaint or ringing someone, or it can be multiple different things. One thing will come up and then be something else, and I just find there is no one in these areas that can help people generally. And that's what I was saying about with the access for assessments, or people just can't get into the towns. So even if there was somehow like a, by Zoom, telehealth?
Thank you.
Telehealth. I mean, even if they were brought to people, somehow by, say, like a co-op, or that was able to go out and have that where the person couldn't get out of the house.
The Secretariat reminded me a moment ago when we were in Broome, I think it was, where we had evidence to say that if there was a OT coming to town or whatever, or going out into an area, maybe they could be placed out there for a week or something, and lots of people see them, so that they're within their own comfort sort of zone as well. So when there's those sorts of things, in the area I'm in Tassie, the West Coast is 2.5 hours from the the next major centre.
Yeah.
A lot of issues around people not being able to travel, not being able to afford to travel, not having cars, and not a lot of specialists and people travelling into that area as well. So it's a really big area.
Yeah.
That, you know, it's an area where it's really difficult to get sort of people to go to, but if you can get them to go there, it's really important that they make use of that entire time so that the cost is lessened for each individual out of their plan as well, because that becomes a big issue.
Yeah.
Now, I just at this point like to invite Ms Payne to ask any questions.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say as well, Ms Reimers, thank you so much for your statement. That's an incredibly powerful statement. And, you know, we will make sure that people see that can help to address those issues, I think, with your plan, because that's...
Yeah. And the NDIS rep is going to be, NDIA person will be here, so if you have the ability to stay, it would be of value.
But also just really struck by you saying that in spite of all that, that you still believe in the NDIS and are thankful for the NDIS, and that's exactly why we have to get it right. So thank you for coming along today. The one just bit that really stood out was the list of assessments that you said that you needed to get, which seem very onerous.
Yes.
And, you know, for anyone to have to get all those assessments done, but particularly in a rural or regional area, I'm just interested, do you, for your comment or others on the panel about, you know, how difficult that is in a rural regional area and what we could do to make that easier, or if in fact those assessments are all even necessary.
I might just start off as well.
Yeah.
It's organised. Yeah, we're hoping really to highlight those issues today, because that's indeed what we see, that people are asked for extensive lists of assessments, and for people living in regional and remote areas, you know, obviously they have that additional barrier where they're travelling sometimes up to 8 hours for a round trip. So, you know, I don't know that we have the answers, but, you know, it might be a matter of when people have an established disability, that it's clear that it's not going to improve. It's clear that year after year the condition will remain the same, it'll impact them the same, is perhaps reducing the need for assessments on a yearly basis, you know, making them have 5-year plans so that when it does come to that time where they need to be reassessed, that they're only needing to do that once every 5 years, chasing up some reports. But it's really, it's too taxing on people to do that every 12 months.
And we have extended the length of time for plans, which is a good thing, but perhaps there's more that we can do in that space. Yep, sorry. Is Ms Reimers wanting Reimers
Yeah,
to make
she's just
a
typing
comment?
it out, but she's just on the side.
Okay.
Did anyone else want to comment on that?
I'm not so much on that, but I did have in regards to your questioning about the LACs and sort of where that sits in regional and rural areas. For me, I've had many who have submitted applications. No one's actually heard anything from an LAC. I've had emails to say, oh, we've tried to contact the LAC to find out what's happening with it. They make very little communication with participants, and even for myself, you know, I have their key contact. You know, they send me an email, I'll send one back, no response. I'll call the office, no response. I don't think I've actually spoke to one LAC in almost 12 months.
Are you able to pass that information on to the NDIS person that's here? Because I think that is critical. That is,
and this is the problem we're having. You know, the LACs are saying, we know, and just from previous statements from other organisations that were here, you know, we don't need to do that access request form. We're having people come in. Well, they're having people come in, and then they're actually attending REAC and saying they've sent me here.
Yeah,
they've sent me up here because they can't help. You know, which makes it really tricky for us, because then we're trying to make that contact with the LAC and we're not actually getting any response.
No. Okay.
And
If
we
you
also
could raise
see,
that.
we
No,
also see LACs acting as gatekeepers as well, where instead of supporting people to complete an application, they're actually dissuading them because they're making assessments themselves, saying, "Oh, you won't get on with those conditions, so don't bother."
Yeah.
And we do have
quite a number.
Yeah, quite a number, but we have some channel that we're feeding that information back into the NDIA. But,
Yeah, that's important to make sure that happens, but certainly take that issue up with the NDIS person here.
So, and as we've said, there is a representative going to be here this afternoon. It's a good opportunity to put in that feedback as well. It's very important that we hear that.
I think my most rural or my most remote potential participant who's now decided that he's not actually going to apply. He did a bit of work on his own. He did some calling to and from to speak with organisations about what supports he may need. And he was told to have to receive the support he needed in home. It would be a round trip of 7.5 hours for the support worker to drive from his home, from their place of employment to his home and return. And that's not including the amount of time needed to actually support the in-home support. So when you look at the costing around travel and transport and funding, this man lives about 40 minutes from the closest town, but due to lack of supports in that area and the supports he requires, it would be a representative or a support person coming from Ballarat and driving to Swan Hill. Or past, so it's 40 minutes past Swan Hill and back. So he's decided that he's not actually going to go ahead and apply, because he will not actually get much of the support that he requires.
Well, the challenges around transport and the costs and how that eats into a plan, we have heard about that at a number of hearings, and that is concerning. And, you know, it is about the balance of getting people with expertise to come to regional centres, rural locations, and that's what. And we have heard some interesting pilots that are occurring that are doing that. And you know, your information will feed into our recommendations, and then we look forward to those recommendations being taken up, because you know, we all do want to make that difference and support people in our regional areas. So I think, though, Ms Remus, did you wish to make a final comment? Please go ahead.
It's very difficult in a rural area. There is long wait time, there's no way to get assessments done by mainstream services.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you for that. We appreciate it. So, look, on that note, we are just past time. I thank everyone for your contribution today. In particular, Ms Remus, it has been very constructive, and to hear your insights is very important. And as Ms Payne said, the NDIS is a great thing. We need to keep it, and we need to make sure that it's a robust model that will serve people with disability. So thank everyone for your contribution today. There are some case studies that I know we didn't mention, you didn't have a chance to mention all of them. If you'd like to submit those to us, we can include those as part of the information we've received with the inquiry. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'd now like to welcome representatives from Golden City Support Services and Lively, if you'd like to come forward, please. Well, I'd now like to welcome representatives from Golden City Support Services and Lively. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. And for the Hansard record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today? Ms Williams, would you like to go first?
I'm Natasha Williams and I'm the Chief Executive Officer at Golden City Support Services.
Thank you.
And I'm Jeanette Martin and I'm the CEO at Lively here in Bendigo.
Thank you very much for your time today. So with me today is Ms Payne from the Canberra region and Senator Urquhart from Tasmania, and I'm Ms Coker, and my area is around Geelong, Bellarine, Great Ocean Road. So thanks for being with us. Would you like to, Ms Williams, give an opening statement?
Sure. Thank you, committee members, for this opportunity to discuss the challenges facing the disability community in regional and rural areas. My name's Natasha and I've had 30 years plus across the disability and aged care sectors. I've witnessed profound change. 6 months ago I became the CEO at Golden City Support Services, bringing experience from a national role that I had. I would like to share with you some of the critical realities that I've seen during this location shift in my career. The survival of regional disability services like ours depends on deep community ties and a sense of place. Most organisations in these areas, ours included, are founded on the back of faith, and many of the services, houses and histories were paid for by sausage sizzles. Our newer generations know stories from their parents about how people with disability started to be included into regional areas, and local providers have strong legacy and are simply part of the furniture in this place. Yet, sustaining these legacy organisations is harder than ever. Meeting the demands of practice standards and maintaining high quality support is simply unsustainable with the current funding models. Not-for-profits like ours are compelled to collaborate with competitors to share resources and maintain service delivery. Our ability to provide person-centred care is stretched. Last year we contributed $33,000 per SIL participant we have at Golden City, beyond their NDIS funding, to meet training individual needs. Our workforce is strained. Rural areas have limited access to skills and overseas workers, creating major training, recruitment and retention issues. Our financial viability is precarious. With $2 million cash flow, the delayed NDIS decisions and payments, they hit us hard. And right now, a single unpaid debt of $170,000 is tying up critical resources for us. One of the people we support, after years of barriers, she has autism spectrum disorder, she had a long-term goal to visit the doctor without her parents coming along. And this is a testament to painstaking and individualised support. She achieved that this month, and this goes beyond what NDIS funding covers and requires a constant culture of investment into the person-centredness and quality support. This person, who once required 2-to-1 support, has recently attended the Royal Melbourne Show and has now booked tickets to Kylie Minogue. So increasing her confidence and capability is that outcome for her. Regional providers are uniquely vulnerable at times, most notably during natural disasters. And now fire season is upon us in this area. We face enormous resource demands in preparing for potential threats. Planning, training, problem solving and emergency responses impose significant costs that urban providers don't really have to contend with. This reality leaves us at a clear disadvantage, absorbing expenses for critical preparedness that are entirely unfunded yet essential to the safety and wellbeing of those we support.
Can I just stop you there? Yeah. You say absorbing the expensive things that aren't provided elsewhere. Briefly, what are we talking about? What are those services that you are actually having to put in extra in because you are regional and remote?
So the preparedness around fire and emergency management is talking about, the planning, the buying of equipment generators, the relocation costs for people during catastrophic days who are in bushfire overlay areas that have to relocate, the cost of additional staffing costs when workforces live out on property and supporting their own families during those times. All those costs we have at Golden City. Fire training. Anything else to add? Yeah.
Thank you. Continue.
No, well, that was the end, and I just wanted to convey the absolute need for reforms and acknowledge the issues in the regional areas.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Ms Martin.
Change classes.
Yes.
I thank the members of the Joint Standing Committee for the opportunity to present some of the challenges affecting the provision of support services for people living with disability in regional, rural and remote Victoria. As I said, my name's Jeanette Martin and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Lively, a not-for-profit NDIS registered organisation with over 40 years experience in supporting people living with disability and their families across regional Victoria, outer metropolitan areas and border communities of New South Wales and South Australia. In addition to the views I bring today, the views I bring today are reflective of the views of the Loddon Mallee Disability Alliance, a coalition of 5 dedicated registered NDIS providers, all providing services in regional, rural and remote areas of the Loddon Mallee. In regional areas, the challenges of sparse populations and vast distances between communities, limited infrastructure, significant workforce recruitment and retention issues and unreliable telecommunications make it difficult to provide the same level of service enjoyed in metropolitan areas. We value the government's commitment to the reviewing and reforming of the NDIS, and in doing so acknowledging that there are a number of major issues that must be addressed in order to ensure the viability and sustainability of disability services across Australia, and fairness, accessibility and equity of services in regional, rural and remote areas. I would like to briefly outline a number of those major issues. Firstly, the new NDIS reform roadmap, whilst ambitious, lacks the clear steps that NDIS register providers need to put into action. The high-level timelines look promising, but it is the practical, detailed steps that are needed. Secondly, the uncertainty surrounding foundational supports is a pressing concern. These supports are intended to fill critical gaps outside the NDIS, and we still lack any specific details on what these supports will actually include, how they will be delivered, and how they will be funded. Thirdly, we must express our serious concerns about the exemption allowing unregistered providers to support self-managed participants. This exemption leaves room for potential fraud, neglect and exploitation, particularly in rural areas where oversight is already limited. Fourthly, pricing is a critical issue. The disability sector has almost unanimously rejected the latest NDIS pricing guide, asserting that it fails to recognise the true cost of quality service provision. Additionally, and hand in hand with the pricing review, the NDIS must reassess whether the modified Monash Model is truly the best methodology for identifying regional, rural and remote communities and understanding their service needs. It's critical to understand that underserviced communities aren't always in the remote outback. Some are in locations policymakers not expect, like central and northern Victoria. Lastly, inconsistent NDIS planning presents ongoing challenges. Poor planning which fails to understand the geographic location in which the participant lives or recognise the isolation from service is all too frequent. Addressing these issues is essential to building a fair, transparent and sustainable NDIS. We also urge policymakers to actively engage with registered NDIS providers, especially those serving regional and rural areas, to better understand the critical issues. In closing, while our concerns may appear to be a call for increased funding, they are in truth a plea for a more effective, efficient and sustainable NDIS. When we make the NDIS a system that works equitably for all participants, we will truly have a support system for people living with disabilities that all Australians can take immense pride in. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ms Martin. That was very comprehensive and I was taking some copious notes there. So you mentioned the Monash Model and you talk about that with regions. Can you please just give us some more detail around the Monash Model and your thoughts regarding that?
Okay, so it is effectively quite a complex method of looking at whether an area is regional, rural, urban, remote. It has an assessment methodology based on the ABS concept of what's a rural, what's a regional area, and simplistically, and I don't pretend to understand the full workings of it, it's around location, kilometres to the next regional centre or the bigger centre, and town population. The modified Monash model, it has a rating scale of 1 to 7. Which the 1 would be Brighton in Melbourne, inner city Melbourne. A 7, there are a couple of 7s, but I can't quite remember.
Probably Tiwi Islands or somewhere like that. Really, very far flung.
That's right. And most of the areas in Victoria are classified from 1 to 5. There's about 30 or so, I think, that are classified as 6. And I'm not sure, but much fewer classified as 7. And then that is supposed to then, I think, relate to the NDIS's, I think, 3 streams of funding for travel and kilometres. What we see in plans is, particularly because we're operating in Victoria, not either no inclusion whatsoever for travel costs or not a relationship around how some travel money might have been assessed, or if indeed it was assessed at all. So, and look, I don't pretend to know what should be done to make the modified model better, but there are more variables than just kilometres and population. You know, it is access to services, and in terms of the particular participant, the capacity to travel.
So do you think that model, if it plugged in some additional variables, that it could be helpful in terms of the costings around transport in regional areas?
Look, I believe so. It'd certainly be an improvement on what we're seeing.
Because is there currently a guide at the moment?
There is the 3. I think there's a guide that there are 3 areas that a planner may allocate, from which a planner may allocate funding into a person's plan. From what we see, yes, there certainly are issues around the modified Monash model, but there are also issues around the skill of a planner to interpret that model and to also ask the key questions of the participant and or his or her family around the capacity to travel. We, if I may, we were supporting a person, and I'll try to de-identify, in a very small community that had a population of about 129 people, I think. about 60 k's from Bendigo. That person's core supports were about travelling each day to Bendigo and receiving supports and social activity, etc. The planner did not take into account that the person's mum and dad were in their 80s and did not have the capacity to drive the person each day, return trip of 100 kilometres, and just totally ignored it. Oh, well, that's a responsibility of families. We're not funding that, which was almost word for word for what was said. And unfortunately for that person, they could not access what was funded, and therefore they only used about half what was in their funding. When it came time for a review, the short, sharp response of the planner was, you've only used half, therefore you don't need this full amount again. I'm cutting it by half.
Yeah. So yeah, and these are, I mean, it is disappointing to hear that, and that is where, you know, we do need the scheme to be, and the planners, and to be more responsive and to be more tuned on the individual's needs. And, you know, all I can say is we have the NDIA representative here today, and I know in my community I get many NDIA participants and family members coming to me, as I think we all do, but ideally we need a system that actually does it better. And that's why we're undertaking the review and take on board what you've said. I hope that individual is doing okay, and whether or not they are, that plan is being assessed, reassessed would be of value.
Yes.
The other thing though is that you don't want people to be caught up in going to a tribunal and ongoing you know, we don't want a system that sets up adversity. We want to, you know, that we need to actually overcome that.
Yes.
So the issue of transport is really important. Is there anything that you could suggest that we can take on board in terms of improving the arrangement with transport for people with disability to get to places they need to go? Or alternatively, how do we actually provide a level of service and support so that people don't necessarily have to always travel?
And this is something that I have had in my thoughts for a long time, having spent 14 years in Tasmania as a service provider there, looking at the accessibility issues, and I've always had it in my mind that one of the solutions can be what I call a travelling roadshow, and we just recently put in a submission for funding for a bus/van, and if anybody remembers the old police discos or the Defence Force information vans that used to pull into your town, and it was a van and then next minute doors opened and you had this amazing space. That kind of concept, and bring services to very rural communities, to travel from Bendigo to Birchip, to Walpyup, to Beulah, and instead of those people having to come into Bendigo, bring it out to them, which I think is probably a viable way of getting those supports and just even information.
And so where have you applied? What was it under? What funding?
It was capacity building under the latest round of NDIA. We weren't successful,
right?
But we'll go to a plan B. It's still there.
And this is the thing; those type of pilots can actually lead to many bigger things. So don't have another crack would be my suggestion.
Sure.
Now, I think it might be. Would Miss Payne like to ask a few questions?
Yeah, thank you very much both for being here.
Oh, I think Miss Williams might.
Oh, no, I was just going to add to Jeanette's
Yeah,
point.
go
There's
please.
certainly
Go.
examples of community cars, one that comes from Charlton every day, but they're very reliant on volunteers. And I think, this is something that's really critical in that regional area, the reliance on volunteers. So if we could pay people, that'd be a bit better, wouldn't it?
Yeah, to help, but and perhaps also if there is a volunteer base, to actually support that base in some ways, those individuals. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah, which brings me, I was hoping to ask some questions around the workforce and what are your observations of the NDIS workforce in your areas?
Well, I feel like, so I've recently come from a national organisation to a regional organisation. I've really noticed a difference in relation to the qualification set of the workforce. A lot of people have left school here in the country and gone straight into the workforce and haven't done that study that people in more metropolitan areas have done. I'm really surprised with the lack of, the limited overseas workforce in the regional space compared to that, in the middle of Melbourne or Hobart and, the places I've worked in previously. And with that, because there's not so much overseas international community here, so obviously it's not that attractive for people to come and live in these regional areas where they don't have those informal supports. So you haven't got that reliance on an international workforce like you do in other spaces. So I think the reliance on regional providers to provide and pick up for that training that people haven't got, is really, really necessary. The other thing is workers, it's really hard for short shifts when people are travelling such big differences. So people are okay for shorter shifts if they're only 10 minutes down the road. But when you're travelling sort of 20 minutes in and out, and even from one side of Bendigo to the other, or it's less attractive for people to do shorter shifts, which really puts pressure on those sort of in-home areas and people who have their own supports at home. You only need a couple of hours in the morning, to help prepare for their day.
Is there any, I don't think there is, but in people's plans or in like what people are allocated for, is any account taken of that for specific to rural and regional areas? Or
Not that I know of. I mean, there's certainly in plans, regardless whether you're regional or not, you get some shadow shifting and a little bit of training and things like that. But as far as travel time goes, I mean, certainly I guess you could negotiate with the participant that this person travels, from one side of Bendigo to the other, and I'm sure you could cost that up to the participant. But I think you've got to have a little bit of discretion around that, not to move into that taking advantage of that travel and actually being a good provider and trying to deploy people in a more of a logistical way. But it's just the access. When you don't have access to a huge amount of workers, it's harder to roster and deploy people.
Yeah. And sorry, did you want to add to that, Ms. Martin?
Only that our experience would mirror that. At any given point of time, we could, as an organisation, perhaps do with another 10 or 15 staff members, but they aren't there. And yes, we can negotiate, as Natasha says, with participants around travel costs, and that's allowable, capped, but it's allowable. But invariably, it comes out of the core funding.
Right.
So that means that if there's X dollars to secure 5 allied health visits, and you take a piece out of that, then that might reduce those allied health visits to 4.
Yeah.
If you take that money out for training.
Yeah. Right. Do you have any ideas around what initiatives could be used to attract, develop and retain an enduring workforce? Maybe with regard to international workers, as you mentioned?
Well, I think regional areas really embracing overseas workers, but I also think employing more people with a disability. I think, some more effort around that. And recently I attended a jobs expo in town here, and, the amount of younger people who were 17 and 18 years old looking for careers and walking around and saying, what would you like to do? Well, I don't know, what do you do? Well, I care for people. Well, we might be able to work with you and work out a career path. And, you know, some really kind kids coming out of school. And, you know, we want people to look at, you know, disability services as a valuable career path and something that they can do. So I think that would be a really nice investment. And we too put in a grant around also increasing the confidence of regional areas to support people with a disability, to become a disability confident regional area where you know, shops will look at employing people with a disability and not just having a person in to buy things from their shop, but look at, you know, employing and what kind of businesses and how can we make more jobs for people with disabilities. So I think I'm a big supporter of that.
Great. Did you have any?
Look, I would wholeheartedly agree. Having been in this space for 30-something years, early in my career I was in employment services, and I would talk to people who were young people who were heading towards the long-term unemployed market. What would you like to do? Invariably it was, I want to be a social worker, and then if I could be a social worker, well, I might do something or other else. What if you couldn't get any of those jobs? Oh, well, then I'd work in disability. And it's been a generational strategy to try and raise the status of somebody who supports the most vulnerable people and sometimes the most complex, with the most complex needs, into the same area as police, nursing, teaching. That's where it should sit.
Yeah.
And the struggle is real. I think we're making inroads, but we've still got a long way to go. And I sometimes wonder if that is also linked to the fact that the sector has argued for a long time around an entry qualification. You know, you can't teach until you've got your BA DipEd and, you know, those sorts of things. And whether that would also go a long way to enhancing the status of the incredibly important work that particularly people who do the direct support do.
Can I just jump in there for a minute? When you say we're actually making some inroads, is that, are you talking from a perspective here, or are you talking sort of nationally?
Look, I'm talking probably across the sector.
Yeah, right.
Yes, you know, because we are seeing some growth and desire to go to university and do a degree in disability studies. Certainly, our TAFE systems are you know, much more visible around certificates 3, certificates 4, etc. So we're making, you know.
What could we do to enhance that, do you think? Like, you know, I'm a huge advocate for getting out into schools and talking to kids about career paths and things like that. Are those sort of things the opportunities to try and sort of adjust some of those workforce issues?
I feel like people generally just can't afford to not get paid while they study.
Yeah.
You know, and if you're an apprentice trade, you know, you get paid while you study. But if you're an apprentice disability student, you don't get paid while you study. So it's not that attractive, really.
Yeah, okay.
So a model that enables people to do a similar style approach where it's like an apprenticeship, but they do their work hours, they're studying while they're doing that. So they're earning an income, they're getting a qualification, and they're providing care. And in regional areas, perhaps that's something of value.
Sorry, Alicia.
That's okay. That's okay. Do you think housing issues in rural, regional and remote areas play a role in the workforce?
Look, I certainly do, in terms of attracting people to come, say, from Melbourne, even to Bendigo, you know, looking at the rental market, the capacity to purchase, etc. And so, along with classifying areas as regional or remote or whatever may be a wider use of, incentives to provide rent-free without it being seen as a perk, I suppose, and trying to avoid, tax obligations.
And I've heard just today, actually, about organisations locally who have got houses set aside for workers to travel 2 hours from Melbourne areas, and their schools and also another disability service.
Yeah.
Right, thank you. I might leave it there. Thanks, Chair.
Is there anything else you wanted to ask?
I was interested in how many NDIS participants that each of your organisations support.
We support about 300 and plus another 200 in a plan management space. So about 500 all up.
Right, okay.
We're around the 1,700 mark, bearing in mind that 600 of those, as Natasha says, belong to our plan management program area, so not direct supports.
Right, okay.
But the rest are in direct supports in some form.
Okay, that's a lot. And how many employees do you have in each of your organisations? That
we have about 180 heads, which is about 120 FTE.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
And we're 350 plus. And I can't tell you the
that's all right.
the EFT.
That's great. Thank you. No, that's all. I think the others that I had have all been adequately dealt with. So thank you. And I just want to congratulate Ms Martin on the Monash model, because the NDIS currently has 3 levels of pricing for each support, and uses the standard, which is the lowest for classifications 1 to 5. MM6 is classed as national remote and generally 40% higher, and MMM7 is classed as national very remote and generally 50%. So you didn't give yourself credit for having the knowledge that you've actually got. And the other thing that I found out, it was actually Thursday Island that's the MM7, so, as well as Longreach and Coopapedi and other islands that are more than 5 kilometres offshore. So we've got that clarified now.
Thank you for that update, Senator.
Thank you.
Yeah, so look, thank you very much for your time. Before we let you go, if there was one thing that you think would help to provide more services and supports in regional, rural, remote areas, what would it be? What do you think, Miss Martin?
I was looking at Natasha. And
what I'm thinking of.
Coming to the same thing.
And look, I think it's getting the pricing model correct, that recognises, without necessarily pouring heaps of new money in, but that recognises the cost to either go out to a community or to assist somebody to come in to a regional.
Okay, and particularly because those costs are higher in regional and rural remote areas.
Yeah, and in things like trying to get access to allied health, etc. If the allied health practitioner has to travel, an hour to go to wherever you live, that's a fairly big chunk out of perhaps a small amount of money dedicated to the allied health.
So with transport costs now, there is I suppose a variation in funding because of the fact that if you're regional or remote, that's incorporated into a plan. So that is correct, isn't it? If you live in a remote or a rural area, you would presume that there was a bigger, an acceptance of the fact that there will be more money needed in a plan because of the distances to travel?
There would be absolutely a need for money to be dedicated specifically to travel.
But that occurs currently?
Well, in our experience, we don't see that as an item or an additional item. We see somebody getting, for argument's sake, their core funding, and that might be to provide this and this service.
Okay.
But there's nothing that specifically says, and attached to that, is specific for travelling.
Okay.
So under the pricing guide, depending on what this and this is, it will have a tick beside it if you can charge some travel to it. And I can't remember the exact criteria, but there's a cap for some services where you can charge 30 minutes, and there's then other services where you can charge an hour. But it comes out of the core money that's allocated, and you have to have the agreement of the participant to charge that. And some people are fine with that, but some people, and you can understand from their perspective, say, well, no, you're making a grab for my support money. No, I'm not going to allow you to do that. And from their perspective, that's quite understandable.
And so if you, for some people, transport, if it's taken out of your core money, as you say, people say, well, that's the money I need to get the level, the services and the supports that I need. The travel is additional.
Yes, it's kind of, in some senses, like travel's just invisible. It just kind of happens. And sometimes some planners will actually say, well, no, that's not reasonable and necessary travel. That's the responsibility of mum and dad. And sometimes, lots of families are incredibly supportive and are able to do that, but some aren't.
So it needs to be, that needs to be acknowledged.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms Williams, you've had time to think.
No, and I thought I'm not going to say anything you've said. No, I feel like that potentially some kind of contingency flexibility. So just back on the weather preparedness and fire and the overlay there, things go wrong in people's lives and things go wrong in people with disabilities' lives, and sometimes we have sleepless nights, or we need a therapist that needs to drive from Melbourne, or the car breaks down and we need some emergency transport, and all those things happen throughout people's plans that we don't foresee. And I feel like that's the stuff that causes people levels of anxiety, because they know that if I need a staff member to stay up with me for 3 nights because I've had to be evacuated in town or something's happened, that's going to mean less money here that I'm going to have. So I feel like a little bit of flexibility and a bucket, that can be used for contingency, for whatever that contingency is in somebody's life. And often it's some of those things we've talked about today.
Yeah, and I think that the Minister is actually looking at providing the ability for people to, instead of being so, I suppose, definitive, that there is flexibility for someone to take out of a big, the bucket of funding. Well, I need these particular supports and services to fit my needs, so that that a little more flexibility is definitely important.
And I think, just an example, that for floods a few years ago, the participants of the NDIS weren't eligible for some of that recovery money that businesses and other people in town were, because they didn't meet that criteria. And that's where organisations like ours end up footing the bill, paying. There might be only a couple of $100 here and there, but collectively, that's a big deal.
Yeah, and it makes a difference, particularly for your organisation. Well, we thank you for your generosity, and we thank you both for being here today. It's been really useful, and if there is anything additional that you would like to provide to our inquiry, so that the results and the recommendations we provide are the best they can be, please, if you can provide those by November 15. Thank you very much for your time.
Appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
We will now take a short break, and we will return at 3:25. Thank you. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of where we are today, pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to any First Nations people with us today. I would like to welcome everyone who has joined us today. This is a community statement town hall session where people come to actually give us their own personal experience, and I'd like to thank all those who've actually taken up this opportunity. It's really important that we hear from you. So before we start, I'd just like to remind everyone that these are official parliamentary proceedings, and a Hansard record will be prepared and the discussions are being broadcast. And could I please ask those contributing to the discussion that you do not divulge confidential, personal or identifying information when you speak. And I remind committee members that in the past these sessions have been used as listening exercises, so we could ask a couple of questions, but it is more about you being able to give your experience. If you would like to supplement your evidence with written information, please forward it to the Secretariat after this hearing and by the 15th of November. And our session will examine the NDIS participant experience with a focus on rural, regional and remote Australia. So I'd like to now welcome Marie. Could you please just state your name and then really you can begin your presentation. And thank you again for your time.
Good afternoon. My name's Marie Herman. I'm a proud Aboriginal woman. I thank you for the opportunity to speak about the NDIS. I use my voice for those who cannot speak. NDIS is a good idea in theory, but not in practice. I say this because of personal experience. The NDIS journey begins. The wait to obtain endless visits to reach a diagnosis, more professional visits to determine how to help. For example, OT, speech, physio, psych, etc., etc. Put on a waiting list. Despite constant contacting of all parties to speed up the process, including letters of support from GPs, paediatricians and specialists. Finally getting funding, only to be told that you're in danger of losing your funding because you haven't accessed the services allocated, due to none of these services being available, regardless of how far you are prepared to travel for these services. The rollover of the plan was very difficult. Getting a new plan in place and getting it up and running takes a lot of time and effort. This causes endless stress to the NDIS client and carers. In short, things need to change to be more user-friendly and realise that not everyone is slotted into services immediately, and every person and their needs are different. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'm quite prepared to answer.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Herman. Do we have any questions?
I'd just like to ask Ms. Herman what your status is now. Are you on an NDIS plan?
This situation is in regards to my granddaughter.
Okay.
I'm awaiting NDIS myself. I have been on the waiting list for quite some time.
Right.
The frustration with my granddaughter was over 9 years.
Right. And is that the statement you read out was about your granddaughter?
Yes.
Right. Just wanted to sort of clear where that lay. Yeah. Okay.
But this statement is true for myself also.
Okay.
I've also experienced all these obstacles.
And have you been getting support to assist you with that through an advocacy or other means?
I have since I've moved here, yes. Yep. I find that very useful and I would recommend it.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Did you have any questions?
Do you have a suggestion about how those processes could be improved to make it easier for people?
It's very difficult because each person is difficult, but yes, there are a lot of services that are available for people, but it's getting the number of, say, OTs or speech therapists. There's just not enough.
Mm-hmm.
And if there are any, it's a case of, well, how much do you need and how much will you be given?
Yeah.
And if you're not on the ball, bang, bang, bang with your appointments or whatever, when you finally get someone, as I said, you risk losing your plan.
Mm-hmm.
it's seen as you don't need it, you don't want it, therefore you can't have it.
Yeah.
That was very frustrating.
Mm. Thank you for coming today.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Can I ask you, you said you've moved here recently, is that correct?
A few years back.
Yeah, so were you in an area before that was more of a metro area?
No,
or
no. Rural again. We were prepared to travel, and we did travel almost 200 kilometres for appointments. And even then it was a case of, we're not sure if you'll get an appointment. It was very frustrating.
So did you move here to Bendigo partially because you thought services might be better here, or...?
It was circumstances beyond our control why we had to move, but
Yeah.
Bendigo is a bigger area. We used to travel to the top of to the bottom of New South Wales for appointments, even to Shepparton from where we were. As I said, 200 k's plus. But you do that if you have to.
So, Ms Herman, we take on board what you have said. We do understand there are thin markets in regional areas, despite being the distance from Melbourne is not that far, but people here and further out from Bendigo, there are challenges, and we hear you, and we are certainly looking at ways that we can improve the services and supports locally, and that's what this inquiry is all about. How do we do that? We will make recommendations, and your testimony today is so important because it emphasises the need, and it gives us evidence which we can use when we put our recommendations together. So thank you for making time out of your day to be here, and we wish you all the very best and your grandchild.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
The other issue I should just mention for you, Ms Herman, is we do have an NDIA representative here if you did want to have a conversation. So that's possible, and if you'd like that, we can make that occur for you right now.
That would be lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can I now welcome Susie Briggs to step forward and give her personal experience? Hi Susie, it's good to see you again, having presented earlier today. So we would, could you please just state your name, your full name, and the capacity you are here in today?
Okay, so my name's Susie Briggs. This afternoon I'm here in the capacity of mum and carer. I myself have 4 plans that I look after. I grew up as one of 10 children, one of 6 in the home, and have 3 brothers, all with disabilities. One of those brothers has Down syndrome, and I am the plan nominee for him. I also have 2 sons who have level 2 autism, ADHD, and then my youngest son, who is 9, also has right side hemiplegic cerebral palsy. And I also am a foster carer, and we have our now permanent care daughter who also has autism, ADHD, and a speech disorder as well. So she has a plan, and we are the plan nominees for her as well. So yeah, I have quite a few plans that I, juggle, I suppose. The NDIS, it's different stories for all 4 of them. And first off, I want to say there have been many, many great things about the NDIS for all of them. My brother, he is 38, and with the NDIS, he is living independently in his own little miner's cottage here in Bendigo. which is what he chose. He moved into a supported accommodation model. He did not get to choose his housemates or the staff that were in that house, and he was, and that was just as the NDIS was coming in that he moved into that home. And he was incredibly unhappy. And so after years there, we supported him to find a rental, and with the NDIS, he is living the life that he chooses. He's got the staff that he chose. He wants to live by himself. He doesn't want a housemate, so he doesn't have a housemate. And he has the staff that he chooses come and see him and support him in the times that he chooses. He's doing the activities that he chooses to do. He loves 10-pin bowling. He loves going to the gym. He loves going for a walk around the lake and finding the hot chicks. So he's doing that sort of stuff, and that wouldn't have been possible without his NDIS supports. The challenges there were when we moved him from the supported accommodation model into his own home. We applied for a change of circumstance that was quite a nail-biting time because the process was very long. And as you know, housing and rentals, when you apply for a rental, you've got a short window to say, yes, I want that rental, and then go into it. So we couldn't say then, and because he was in a supported accommodation model, it was NDIA managed funds. The support workers he chose, a lot of them were sole traders and weren't registered, so they had to access his funds through plan management, and he was fast running out of that part of his funds. And so we were actually staring down the barrel of him possibly not having those supports, of running out of that funding because it was taking so long for that change of circumstance to come through. So that was nail-biting, but we got there. And we were lucky that the supports that he had were really willing to work with us and work it so they would do a little bit here and there to try and spread out that funding as much as we could. The other thing is just sometimes the wait for things to be approved. He sees a podiatrist. He has, with his Down syndrome, he has some problems with his feet, and the podiatrist recommended he needed these specialty shoes because he was in a lot of pain with his walking. So from getting that letter from the podiatrist and then going through and getting the funding released and everything to buy those shoes, it was over 2 months. And to wait for something like that, for him to still walk around in pain, and he loves going to the gym and he loves walking around the lake, to be walking around in pain and limping because his foot is sore, to wait for funding for a pair of shoes, you know, it sucks. Overall, though, he's had a really, positive experience. Then my foster daughter, she's my daughter, she, we had a tough time trying to get assessments done, which was not so much an NDIA thing, but then getting into services, there's a wait. We're fortunate that she can sustain telehealth. So she does her speech therapy through telehealth. My other children, they can't do telehealth. So that's one of the barriers. We're limited, especially speech is one of our biggest, access to speech is one of the biggest barriers here in this area. So we're lucky in that way. Other than that, the NDIS has been pretty good to her also. One of the main issues we've had is support coordination in that area. She got support coordination, but the support coordinator that we got wasn't very responsive.
Right.
So for the first close to 12 months, I didn't even hear from her, which is really poor from support coordination. And so I set up the OT and I set up the speech, and I did that it's just lucky that I know how to link into those services. If I was someone who didn't know how to, she probably would have been sitting there for 12 months with no services at all. My two boys, they both had early intervention, and my youngest son with cerebral palsy, NDIS and early intervention was amazing for him, absolutely amazing. We got him on right from about 1, and looking at him now, you wouldn't know that he had cerebral palsy. He can run and he can jump and he can ride his bike. He has some issues with muscle strength and endurance and that sort of thing. Because we were lucky to get into that kind of key worker model and do that work early. And my other son, again, he got on fairly early as well. One of the issues we have, and it's a big issue here with some of the bigger registered providers that do that key worker model, they have a high turnover of staff, very high turnover. So we were looking at constantly getting to know a new OT or a new speechy or whatever constantly, and we still do that. It's just a constant changeover in that as well. So that's been probably one of the biggest challenges there, was that constant changeover in staff. Right now, because of services being so scattered and you're kind of getting what you need to get, my 9-year-old, he has play therapy, he has OT, he has exercise physiology, and he has dietetics, all from 4 different providers. It's because, what are you going to do? You get what you can get, which makes it difficult, especially when then you've got to link up those providers to talk to each other, because they're all working on their own thing, but everything works in together as well. And that also causes overload on myself, because then I was always having to try and coordinate those services to talk to each other, because I was always denied support coordination for my two boys. I always went for it and I was always knocked back for it. And even when I took over my brother and had my daughter's plans, again, I said, I've got these 2 other plans, support coordination was knocked back. Because one of the reasons it was knocked back was because they said, you're capable of doing it. Yes, I know the system, and I know I know how to link in services and stuff, but I'm not only just linking in services, I'm actually taking them to the appointments, I'm feeding them, I'm providing for them, I'm working, I'm doing everything. It's not just driving them to an appointment or picking up the phone and ringing it. It's, coordinating them all together. It's a huge job. I'm not asking for support coordination because it's a fancy thing to put on the paper. I'm asking for it because I need this support. So, yeah, I was always knocked back for both my boys. My 13-year-old, I had a phone planning meeting booked. The planner didn't call me at the time, and I sent an email saying I never got a call. And so they called me out of the blue. We did a plan on the phone right then and there, like a week and a half later, and his funding was cut in half. And this is during COVID as well. So then last year, I did another scheduled review, and I had reports from OT, from his psychologist, from all these areas, and he had one incident about a week before we had the plan review. And it was like not a single one of those reports stating the services that he needed was read, and they based his whole plan against that one report, that one incident that happened a week before the plan meeting. So it was a letter from the school and from, we've got CAMS here, the Child Adolescent Mental Health, so and all of the funding was based around that one incident a week before. There was no consideration taken into what the OT recommended, what the psychologists have recommended, nothing. And so then we're kind of left with the plan that I felt like, well, this isn't actually what he needs. And again, no support coordination. Another thing that I kind of found a little bit frustrating is the parental responsibility. I don't know who sits there and decides what is parental responsibility, because parental responsibility looks different in every family and for every child and for every parent. And yes, I know there's a certain, line, but when I've got a 13-year-old who I asked for a support worker for because his anxiety and in social situations and is so high that he doesn't know how to do, like he can't do his shoelaces up, and he won't take his own jumper off at all, because his anxiety around how people perceive him and how he doesn't understand when people are looking at him what they're thinking he's doing. So if he takes his jumper off out in public, he's constantly thinking, are they thinking, am I doing something inappropriate? What are they thinking that I'm thinking while I'm doing this? Like, he's always got that in his head going around. But when me and his dad try and talk him through it, we're his parents. So we're just trying to fob him off or whatever, like be nagging or whatever. And I know it works when he's got a support worker or someone there coaching him through it. He will listen differently and learn differently from them than what he'll learn from us, especially when we have another 2 children with disabilities tagging along with us. And ask for a support worker to help with some of those situations. That's parental responsibility. And I'm just like, okay, but is it? Like, if I just said I want someone to help me down the street with the kids because they're driving me insane, yeah, that's parental responsibility. But it's more than that. And I just feel like that, that who kind of can sit behind a computer and tell me that that's, that I should be, that's, something that I should be just dealing with, like that I don't need that support where, come spend a week in my house and tell me I don't need that support. When he's so anxious about germs and flies that he has to have his own plate and bowl and stuff, and he doesn't even know how to make his own cereal because he gets so fixated on what if there's germs on that bowl. Again, you tell me that, he doesn't need support for that by giving me, more than $6,000 for allied health. And, like that kind of thing, where the OT report said he needs at least, it was like at least double that. I can't remember what the numbers are in there now. But it was pretty much a therapy session once a week, and the 6,000 wouldn't even cover that at all. So, yeah, that's one of my things. Like, I understand that we're looking at some people who are just going in hell for leather and saying, I want everything. But at least read the reports. Like, OTs, if an OT's asking for 40 hours of therapy, surely that's reasonable. If an OT's asking for 400 hours of therapy, I'd be going, that's off, but 40 hours isn't. I don't know. Anyway.
Susie, can I just ask you, you talked about the assessment being done for the plan based on the one incident of the CAMS report. Were you given any rational reason why, or any reason I suppose I should say, whether it was rational or not, on why the OT and other specialist reports were not taken into account for that?
No,
So you don't understand that, why that's happened?
I understand why I don't understand why they didn't take into account the OT reports.
Yeah.
They said they didn't take, they told me that because I asked for the support work.
Yep.
And they said that's parental responsibility, but the OT and the psychologist reports I was given no rationale about. I was told that because what they did was they gave him about 6 in allied health, and then they gave him positive behaviour support over the one incident. And so that's kind of was the rationale. That's what they said they did. They cut out. And at that stage, his OT, so the OT did the report, but she was leaving. She was heading on overseas. So then he was down his OT. So he only had his psychotherapist on board, who's not NDIA registered. So I couldn't use the positive behaviour support to continue him on. But he was the only left standing support that he had through his NDIS plan. So my choice was to either have his therapist and positive behaviour support, or cut the only support that he had to get, go on the waiting list for a new OT, and then bring in a new support through his positive behaviour support. So it's kind of like...
Yeah, which of the lesser evil do I choose? Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Okay.
So, yeah, and then I wasn't given support coordination. I didn't... I'm a busy person. I didn't go and do I was going to, what's the word? I was going to challenge it. Yep. But I'm busy and I didn't do it in the time frame.
Okay.
And it's just, I went to a forum for work and I was speaking to one of the directors of NDIA, and I said, I'm really kind of peeved about not even getting support coordination. And I was lucky enough that she said, okay, I'll fix that. And she got one of her people to call me, and they put support coordination on both my boys' plans as of last week.
Oh, excellent.
So, I mean, that's great, but there's so many other stories like mine where...
Yeah, people don't have access to those people.
That's exactly right. I was really privileged to be able to talk to the right person who could do that for me.
Yeah.
There's so many people that don't.
Yeah.
So many good things, but some frustrating things.
Thank you for that, because I think you've shone a light on areas that I didn't sort of understand either, so that's really useful. So thank you for putting it on the record.
Yeah, no, thank you. Very, really valuable to hear about your experiences. Just on the support coordination, what about your daughter and your brother? Do you need it for them as well?
They had it.
Oh, they had it. Okay.
Yeah, so they had it. My brother always had it. In the space of the 2 years that I've been his plan nominee, he's had 4 changes in support coordinator. And in the 1.5 years that my daughter's had it, she's had, well, only one, because she wasn't even engaged for the first 12 months. So, but I've just changed them all over to the same. I've left that one. I've gone to a new group now.
Right. And does the NDIA, the NDIS sort of account? I think I know the answer's no, but when someone's looking after multiple plans like yourself, is there any kind of recognition of that in the plans, or in the support coordination?
So there should be.
Yeah.
So there's kind of boxes there's kind of categories that you should be able to tick to be eligible for support coordination. There's quite a few of them. One of them being that Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, one being that you're managing multiple plans, being in out-of-home care, there's all these. So my daughter got it because she's Aboriginal and she's in out-of-home care. My brother got it because he was living in a supported accommodation home and an adult. My sons didn't get it because even though they're Aboriginal and I was holding multiple plans, they felt that I was capable to do it anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. We've heard a couple of people talk today about sort of judgments that are made about what parents and family can do. I think that must be really arbitrary. You know, like what's that? Is that based on any kind of guidelines in your experience, or is it just?
I think there's guidelines there, but it's left to the planner of personal interpretation of what they feel is appropriate.
Yeah.
And I think it just needs to be more black and white and take, to some degree, some of that, interpretation out of it, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
You don't want to take out all the human element, but I think when you've got people that are actually making these quite large decisions on people's lives, that, yeah.
Yeah. No, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, thank you.
So, in closing, I just want to thank you, Ms Briggs. That was difficult to listen to hear the ongoing challenges and your relentless resilience that you have needed over so many years. We really, I think we'd all say you're a bit of a superhero, actually. The amount that you're taking on and working, as well as caring for these 4 people around you that need a lot of support. So I know that may not be much, but we thank you for what you do. And there is the NDIA representative here, but I'm sure you probably do know one another, I don't know, but because you work in the field. But as I said earlier, your testimony is really helpful. It reveals some of the many of the challenges, and it's our job to take that on board and to include a response in the recommendations we give. And hopefully we can make sure that some of those recommendations get taken up and actually improve the system. So really appreciate your contribution today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
So that concludes the committee's hearings today. I'd like to thank all witnesses for giving evidence to the committee. As mentioned earlier, where witnesses have taken questions on notice, the committee requests that information be provided within 2 weeks by November the 15th. However, please liaise with the Secretariat if you do need additional time. Thank you also to Hansard and Broadcasting. You've done an amazing job for us today. Thank you. I'd also like to thank the Secretariat. You always do an amazing job in supporting us, so thank you. And to my fellow committee members, really appreciate that you've taken time to be here today. Thank you very much, and we adjourn at 4 minutes to 4. Thank you.